All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the 2022 Mariah Mitchell Women of Science Symposium. And now I would like to introduce this morning's speaker, Professor Malika Jeffries-L. After she speaks, we will have a Q&A session and you can submit your questions in the chat. Dr. Jeffries-L joined the Department of Chemistry and Division of Materials Science at Boston University in 2016. And since July 2020 has served as the Associate Dean of the Graduate School in Arts and Sciences. She has over 40 publications and has received numerous citations and awards for her advances in materials and chemistry, including the Percy Julian Award from the National Organization of Black Chemists and Chemical Engineers, the American Chemical Society Stanley C. Israel Regional Award for advancing diversity in the chemical sciences, the Iota Sigma Pi Agnes Faye Morgan Award, and the American Chemical Society Women Chemist Committee Rising Star Award, among many others. She is a staunch advocate for diversity and dedicated volunteer, serving her community through activities and community work, and through her work with Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. Today, she will be presenting Building Resiliency and Buffering for Change, discussing strategies for successfully adapting to difficult or challenging life experiences in your career. I'm particularly looking forward to hearing your tips for how we can create a buffer or support system while progressing through our careers in predominantly male environments. Dr. Jeffries-L, welcome.
Good morning, and thank you. Thank you so much, Gwyneth, for that introduction. And thank you.
I cannot hear you.
Ooh. Hello?
I can hear.
Can you hear me now?
It appears we can all hear you, Malika. This is
okay, great. Well, maybe her volume's down.
Okay.
There we go. Thank you, Gwyneth, for that invitation, that introduction, and thank you for the invitation to speak to this group today. It's always nice to gather with female scientists. And so I gave my talk today the title, Building Resiliency and Buffering for Change. And, I figured it'd be a good thing to talk about in the context of the theme for this morning's session, and also to share some strategies that I found useful as I've navigated this space as a woman of science. And so a little backstory on who I am beyond the biography. I am a chemist by training, and so I do research. I'm an organic chemist, and I do research in materials. I'm an educator, and so aside from chemistry teaching, I do organic chemistry. I teach material science, and I like to mentor and train students as well in terms of career development and progression, and something that I hold near and dear to my heart. Nowadays, I'm an academic administrator, and so a couple of years ago, I took a postdoc at the Graduate School in Arts and Sciences at Boston University, and there I have an opportunity to work with graduate students in all different disciplines and also the programs, and help steer a course, hopefully to make things better for our students as they make their way through their various degrees. I also get to put out all the fires and troubleshoot all the problems, which is kind of interesting. It's never a dull job for sure. I would like to say I fancy myself a bit of a science communicator these days. Aside from having the opportunities to go around and talk about my science in technical talks to various colleges, universities, conferences and colloquias, I've also had the opportunity to talk a lot to the public about science, doing outreach to younger kids and getting them excited and enthusiastic about science, and also doing outreach to teachers, and most recently even doing a little stint on the television show Nova. So I think I'm officially a science communicator. Leaning into the fact that I am becoming a diversity, equity, and inclusion advocate. And, as somebody who's trained as a chemist, as opposed to social justice or one of the other veins that people often get into that line of work, I realized that it kind of went in parallel to my own career trajectory, in that as I made my way through the academy and noticed just the lack of diversity, I couldn't help but to want to change things and to want to fix things. And so I've been doing a lot of work to increase diversity and inclusion at all levels, getting younger younger students interested in science, getting science students who made it to college through college and keeping their science majors, and now taking a look at the graduate school progression into the academy and into the professoriate and mentoring junior faculty. So it's a passion project. I laughingly will say I'm also a social media influencer. I am active on Twitter and Instagram, and that's a fun little space. It's a little sub world. I think it's funny some of the things that people will say and do on social media versus in person, but it's certainly never dull over there as well. And in my personal life, I'd say I'm a sister, auntie, daughter, cousin, and friend. So I've got a pretty big family, although I don't have any children of my own. I'm a pretty big family, and my nieces and nephews will say, quote, I am that aunt. I'm the cool auntie. So just briefly, I mentioned that I am a chemist. My field of research is organic electronic materials, and so these materials are small molecules or polymers, and what they are known for is combining the electronic properties of semiconductors and the processing properties of organic molecules. And so when we think about semiconductors, we usually think about silicon and silicon chips and a lot of the things that it's capable of being manufactured into to power our technologies. But we have a lot of other lesser known semiconductors that are derived from what we call rare earth metals. So they're not as abundant on the planet. And as we increase our usage of technologies, nowadays everyone has a cell phone, a laptop, a tablet, etc., we're becoming increasingly concerned about our reserves, our supplies of those materials. And so making carbon-based systems that can do this work is advantageous because carbon is the most abundant most abundant element on the planet. And so one of the things that we try to do is how we can make these carbon-based materials semiconductors. And there's some structures down at the bottom. For those of you who have survived organic chemistry, you will recognize the bond line structures. But it's just all about the connectivities and how we manipulate the structures to get what we call delocalized pi electrons. And if we can do that successfully, then we can make an organic material that has semiconducting properties. What's nice about this is we can do this a number of different ways. And so we have an opportunity to use synthetic chemistry to manipulate the material's structure, which in turn manipulates its properties. So it's an exciting field of interest. Those working in the area are looking at developing materials for organic light emitting diodes, field effect transistors, and solar cells. And so in my line of work, we work a lot with the solar cell development and the Oled development, looking at materials that can effectively harvest energy from the sun and convert it into electricity is a very important problem that we need to solve as we look at global energy usage and potential shortages. Similarly, people get excited about OLEDs as you think about some of your large and bright and flat displays that we now have. The older generation will remember the bigger TVs. And the key to making lighter weight displays is some of these materials that are organic are also beneficial. And they also have a lower energy usage, so that fits into the energy pipeline as well. So that's kind of a main job, what I do in my lab. But what I would talk to you about today is kind of my career progression. Oh, I did have one more slide. These are just some more examples of the materials. And again, I mentioned we do OLED materials, photovoltaic materials. And sometimes we just make things just to see what would happen. And so my project at the bottom, the heteroacenes, is my students and I are working on just discovery. What happens if you continually grow a carbon-based organic semiconductor in length and how the properties change as you make it longer. We're really excited about our OLED work. There's a little blue OLED shown there. It's a moment of joy when you actually design something and you see it come to fruition that we made it and the device lit up and did everything it was supposed to do. So those are some of the things that we got going on. For those who are more chemically inclined, you'd recognize that as well. But in the spirit of today's conference, I thought I'd talk about resiliency and buffering for change. And so, the dictionary quotes that resiliency is the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties. And, we can think about that in our personal life and how we need to build in resiliency, or how we become more resilient, how we can actually get to a place where we're stronger mentally and more emotionally and to be able to recover from challenges. The chemist in me thinks about how materials perform themselves. And I mentioned I do organic semiconductors, but if you also look at other polymers, ones that in particularly are elastic, then you can also make an analogy to resiliency in terms of a system that is able to be stretched and yet still can recover or return back to its original shape or form. And so that's something that's important with resiliency. Right? We don't want to be damaged or deformed. We want to return back to our original form after we go through whatever stress or strain was inflicted on us. And then I added the second term, buffering for change. And again, those who took chemistry will be familiar with the term buffer, but for those who are coming from other areas of science, buffers are chemical systems that are water-based and they're designed to resist pH change upon the addition of acid or base components. Official direction from the Zumdao chemistry book. And the nice thing about a buffer is it's something that we use a lot. People use it in biological systems, medical systems. Our body, we are a water-based organism. We're, mostly water, and we do have various molecules within us to help us buffer things. And the reason why you want to be a buffer, you want to build a buffer, is you don't want your system to change dramatically when it has external influences. So you don't want to eat something that's really acidic and then all of a sudden have your body pH change a lot, or eat something that's really basic. And so a buffer system will absorb that, and you will see very little change in the physiological nature of the species. And so that's something that's important in real life, right? Because you also want to, aside from becoming more resilient as you go through adversity, you want to try to build something around yourself so that when adversity comes, it doesn't affect you as much, or it doesn't disrupt your life as much as it could otherwise. And so that was kind of why I decided to call the talk Buffering for Change, thinking about my chemistry. But when it comes to my own life, how did I even kind of get started or had to think about resiliency? It really was bred into me in a way that I didn't realize at the beginning, growing up as a young kid. I mean, when you're younger, you know what you know. You grow up where you grow up, your friends are your friends, your neighborhood is your neighborhood, and it's not until you venture outside of those spaces that you start to learn that there's a whole big world out there and all the many differences. For myself, I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, and for anyone who grows up in Brooklyn, that's an important fact and a thing to start from. It's a very interesting place to grow up. Very large, populous, and diverse community. And I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, and I grew up in the neighborhood known as Brownsville. And I said this to somebody before. I said Brownsville is one of the worst neighborhoods, most dangerous neighborhoods in Brooklyn. And my friend said, oh, that's an over-exaggeration. But literally, if you Google what is the most dangerous neighborhood in Brooklyn, or the poorest neighborhood in Brooklyn, these are two things that come up on the internet. And so one of the reasons that Brownsville is one of the most dangerous and poor neighborhoods is those two things, I guess, go hand in hand, is it has high density, low income housing. And these are some of the buildings shown here of these so-called housing projects or housing developments that they have in New York City. And the concept behind them was to try to get as much space and much housing in a small area as possible so that you can house the most people and keep the rents low and provide places for people to live who have limited incomes. And so in many ways that was a success because people really struggled to find affordable housing, something that's still a problem today. But what they didn't realize at the time, the developers, when they designed this, because this was a new concept, is that if you put large numbers of really poor people in a very small area, crime just gets out of control. And so that is kind of attributed to the dangerousness and the circumstances there. But this is what I grew up in. This was the world that was known to me. You venture into the city and you see how the other half lives a little bit, but you just kind of know what you know. But growing up in a neighborhood like that certainly builds in resiliency. My commute in and navigating these spaces and thinking about, there were times if it was the sun had set and I was coming back in, you'd walk all the way around the building rather than go through this courtyard where some pretty shady guys would always hang out out of concern of your own safety. And so immediately it's already building in some skills, some learning tips for resiliency. And I show Mike Tyson on this slide because Mike is actually from this neighborhood too. And so he was a bit of a neighborhood hero to us all as somebody who came up in the neighborhood and had tremendous career success. And I also brought Mike up into the slide in the context of today's talk because one of my favorite quotes actually comes from Mike Tyson, and it's a very simple one. And he says, everyone always has a plan until someone punches them in the face. And, being a boxer, that's a reasonable thing for a person to say, but it's really true in life in that we make the best of plans and we come up with agendas and we're ready to execute them. And then something bad happens. We get a curveball or life literally punches us in the face. And it's really a strategy, or the people who are most successful, you often look at them and think, oh, they're so successful, nothing went wrong in their life. No, probably many things went horribly wrong in their lives. They just managed to pick themselves up and keep going. And so I always think about that from Mike, that life's going to punch you in the face sometimes, and how you recover and get on to the next thing is what's going to lead to your success. So what were my original plans? Growing up in that neighborhood, my original plan was to get out of that neighborhood. And, my parents really built into me the importance of education. My mother only had a high school education, and my dad just had an associate's degree. And so that was something they wanted for me. They said, our limited circumstances are a result of our limited education. And so you have to get a good education. But my dad was very honest. He says there was no money in this house to go to college. So if you want to go to college, you're going to have to convince somebody to give you a scholarship. And so those were my goals. Do well in school, get a scholarship, go to college, get a good paying job, and then buy my mom a nice house because I didn't want her living in that neighborhood anymore and living in the projects. And so those were my original life's plans. But what went on happened, the next step was actually, the first thing that happened is things were going according to plan. I did the work in high school. I was a very solid student. I went to even earlier than high school, I was a very solid student in junior high school and got into one of the top high schools in New York City, which also has a competitive admission process. And going to a school like that set me on a course where I would be positioned to get a scholarship and go to college as I intended. So I was able to lay that foundation down and get that work done. And I was accepted at Wellesley College. And so I was able to do that very first step. And so I was super excited. And there's my little picture of my ID, and I have a grin on my face. I laugh and say, I look at every time I look at that picture, I think I have never smiled like that again, because that's this smile that you have when nothing really bad has happened to you in your life. And you smile again later in life, but you never quite smile the same. That green-eyed, everything's all good smile. And so that's where I was at the time, and I started school, and it was great. Wellesley is an amazing institution, and I really enjoyed myself there. And I survived my freshman year courses, and I got into my sophomore year, and things were going well. And then life literally hit me in the face. Unexpectedly and suddenly, my mother died. And it literally took the wind out of my sails. For anyone, that is a very difficult situation to manage, losing a parent. And it's extremely difficult to manage when you're 19 years old. And so that was at the first instance where I realized I was going to have to create some supports myself. Because as much as we like to think we can do it all ourselves, we usually can't, and nor should we. And, and even at that young age, I didn't necessarily have the foresight to recognize that I needed to build some other things and supports into my life. But my faculty at the university recognized that, and people around me who were older recognized that, and they came around me and supported me and helped me get on to the next thing. And so in terms of building resiliency, that was the first lesson I learned. Build a support network. That it's very important that you have people in your life who you can count on, who will support you through thick and thin. And you can get that in many different ways. Friends are an excellent source of support network. And there are two of my closest friends from college. That was at our reunion a couple of years ago. And, I met these women my very first day on campus, and we still are in touch and connect with each other weekly. And annually, we take a girls' trip where we spend time with each other. And we're all in different fields. Shelly over there is in finance. Katrina works for a nonprofit. My other friend Tanya, not shown, is an administrator for the public schools. And we all have very different career paths, and we don't understand the nuances of each other's careers, but we know that we have goals. We know that we have objectives. We know that we have barriers and obstacles to overcome, and we support each other through that. And so, it's important that you keep people close to you and around you who can have that. Another key part of my support network is my family. I mentioned I had all those different titles, my family. I have a fairly big family, and we're actually relatively close-knit. This is kind of a little bit of my crew there with my brother and my sister, Jabbar and Jamila. Two of my siblings. I have several other siblings. These two are closest in age to me, one below, one above, and their kids and their families, and my nieces and nephews. And my family all throughout the years have always supported me, even when they didn't understand what was going on. When I was going through the tenure track, they said, oh, I don't quite understand it, but if it was important to you, we're going to help you get after it. And if and when I got it, they said, well, that's great, and they threw me a big party. And so that's an important part of your support network. And then the last part that I will also mention is get a mentor. And it's so important to have mentors. Have at least one. Sometimes you need more than one because it's very rare that one person, one mentor can be everything that you need in your life and in your career trajectory. So get yourself some good mentors. And shown here is one of my oldest mentors. This is Professor Jean Stanley. I met her when I was a student at Wellesley College, and she's been a lifelong mentor to me and friend. I kind of jokingly refer to her as my academic mommy because she also recognized that I was a 19-year-old trying to make her way through college who lost her mom, and she was an incredible mentor and support to me through college. She's also an organic chemist and a Black woman, so how fortunate was I to have her, to have somebody who really just matched so well in three key things that I had going on in my life to help steer me and guide me through my career. And the last part I'll just put up: if needed, get a therapist. There is no shame in getting professional help. I know in some cultures, it's like, we don't talk about those things or we don't do those things. Therapy wouldn't be a legitimate field, and there wouldn't be so many people paying for it and so many people going to school and training for it and doing it if it wasn't something that was useful and helpful to people. And sometimes you really do need to call in a professional if you've got some serious stuff going on. And that was something that also I built into my network. My class dean actually insisted that I start seeing a therapist after I lost my mom. She said, "That's a terrible blow. I think you should see a therapist." And I thought, "Oh, I don't need a therapist. We don't do therapists. I'm Black. We don't do therapy." She said, "No, I'm going to have to insist. If you're going to come back to school, you're going to need some supports." And so I'm so glad she had me go through that, because that was something that took me through and helped me get through that tragedy in a way that I never would have figured out on my own. So get professional help. So mentoring a little bit more about mentors and what is the role of mentors in this, and you're going to get a different type of mentoring depending upon your relationship with the person. And so whether formally or informally, a mentor usually helps you navigate your career. They're going to help you decide things, make good career choices, and also maybe make you aware of opportunities. But you drive the relationship. Sometimes people say, "Oh, mentor me," and they think I'm gonna sit and you're gonna mentor me. You need to go to your mentor and tell them what you need, and then they'll sew in. It's kind of not a one-way street. They're not going to just be telling you what to do, and you're going to ask them for help and they're going to give you help. But a really good mentor is somebody who's going to be honest with you. Often people like to surround themselves with yes people or people that make them feel comfortable. A really good mentor is going to make you feel uncomfortable. They're going to call you on your crap and say, you can do better than that, or that's not your best, or maybe that wasn't a wise choice. And I know we live in the era of cancel culture, and that's okay. That person's doing their job if they're actually, highlighting to you some of the weaknesses in your decision making or some of the flaws and being critical. And so that's an important thing to have in the relationship. And I mentioned that, Jean was my first mentor, and that we just had this instant click up of gender, race, field of study, and it just made sense, and it just was so natural that we really vibed, and that she was somebody who became a mentor. But the last thing I'll point out in terms of mentoring, and this is jumping a little bit ahead of my life, but I'm double back, is that, when you find the mentor, it's not always just about that. And that our natural inclination is to look to somebody who's older age as a mentor is something that we often value, but really it's about experience. Someone can actually be a peer mentor and they just may be a little bit further along in your career, but also to look for someone that we see ourselves in is some of the natural progression of a mentor. And I highlight here, the gentleman shown here is Richard McCullough, and he's my other mentor. And, I would have never guessed as a Black woman from Brooklyn that it was a white man from Texas who would prove to be my next best mentor. And, again, find those synergies. But, we met when he gave a seminar visit to my school, and we just clicked, and we had just the most exciting conversation scientifically and about career progression, just one meeting. And I said, I got to follow up this guy. This guy's great. And we kept in touch. And when I finished graduate school, he ended up hiring me as his postdoc, and I worked for him for a couple of years. And actually, later this afternoon, I'll be on a call. We're co-editing a paper together. So still, I don't work for him anymore, and we still work together because that's just how good the relationship is. And so, it's reasonable to expect to step outside your comfort zone and seek mentoring. Because if you are a woman, and particularly a woman of color, you're actually really going to struggle to find other people in your field who are in a position to mentor you. Our fields are dominated by men, mostly white men. And so, it's really important if you can find a good ally and a mentor in a different shape or form that can sew into your career. And so, students often ask me, where do you find a mentor? Networking opportunities are the best way to meet people and to see people who could be potential mentors. Referrals are often good. If you have somebody in your life, you may have a faculty member who say, oh, a good person I should connect you with is this person. They're really in your field, or, you remind me of this person. What rarely works is, and my heart goes out when you get these inquiries, is when someone just blindly emails you, hi, can you be my mentor? And it's like, I don't know if I can be your mentor. We've actually never met and had a conversation. And so, I think it's important that you have that first line of contact and assess what the dynamic is like before figuring out if somebody would be a suitable mentor to you. Some things happen organically. The faculty you work for, and if you do research in school, or people you've taken classes with, you get to know them. Even if you're a graduate student, you may meet postdocs that are a little bit more senior than you, or an undergrad, other graduate students that, maybe more advanced to you, and professional contacts. So there's all different ways you can cross paths with people, that you may work with people, colleagues at a job or an internship. But the bottom line I will tell people is expect help in unexpected places. I wouldn't have expected to meet Rick the way I met him. And so, expect help in unexpected places. And there's somebody who's also a active part of my buffering team. And I met this woman at the baggage claim at the airport. So you just never know when you might meet good people. So the second lesson I will say is surround yourself with people who make you better. And again, I mentioned in buffering, it's, a buffer is a complex solution. It's water, but it has a bunch of different molecules in it. And those molecules are what does the work that stops the system from being destabilized. And so surround yourself with really good people who make you better. And, I just popped this little photo up to say, after all of my crises and tragedies, I did manage to get my bachelor's degree, and I did accomplish that goal. And so with my network, some help, and a little personal resiliency, I made my way through. And after finishing my bachelor's degree, I was encouraged to continue on and get my PhD. And I dubbed this slide The Road Less Traveled, because what I did not know at that time was that I was embarking down a path that had not been traveled very frequently as a Black woman. I always loved chemistry. So when my advisor suggested that I go to graduate school and get my PhD in chemistry, I said, yeah, makes sense. I love chemistry. Let's do that. I bounced around a little bit trying to figure out what I wanted to do. And I first started off doing forensic chemistry. And early in, I knew the vibe was wrong in that program. First semester, just things were all the way wrong. Even when you're starting to talk to people about finding groups, just the way some of the professors spoke with me and some of them talked to me, I know they let you in the program. I'm sure they had their reasons, but I don't know if you're cut out to do the research in my lab. Those coded languages and conversations that say, I don't know that you quite belong in this program. And so I switched out of that subset, which was the forensic program, and just went into the major chemistry program. And I did eventually finish my PhD in chemistry. And I will say a couple of things is that, at the time I was not aware how undiverse the field was. I knew my program wasn't very diverse, but I just thought I went to the wrong program. I thought clearly there was some other schools where, many more Black students had gone. I just went to the wrong school. I mean, you hear about the historically Black colleges, and I thought I just went to the wrong school. That's why I'm by myself. But I later learned that no, I didn't go to the wrong school. They really just weren't very many of us nationwide. And so the isolation that I felt in that program was very real. And I will also say, aside from just some of the isolation you will feel when you have, quote, solo status and you're the only one of your kind in the program, I faced tremendous levels of bullying, harassment, and discrimination while I was a doctoral student, in ways that, now that I'm beyond that process and also working as an academic administrator in a graduate school, are completely unacceptable, inappropriate, and probably illegal. But when you're in the middle of it as a student and going through it, and you don't have the agency to make change or know how to advocate for yourself, it was something very, very challenging and difficult to deal with at the time. But one of the things that really helped me survive that was building a very good support network outside of my department and outside of my campus. And I still had my existing network. My friends were still there in my background. My mentors were still there. Well, I had my one mentor. I hadn't gotten my second one yet. My family was always there, never present. And then I learned about professional organizations. And if you are not involved in your professional organization, I suggest that you figure out who services your field and get involved. They are there for a reason, not just to collect dues and send you a newsletter every couple of weeks, but to provide support. And I got active in both the American Chemical Society and the National Organization of Black Chemists and Chemical Engineers. And I will tell you that I didn't have the foresight to think, oh, I need a professional organization when I was going through what I was going through. I actually had the foresight to think what I need is an external graduate fellowship, and these organizations offered some. And so I went into the organizations mostly applying for fellowship as a graduate student. And then you're on the webpage and you start to knock around and you learn about opportunities. And then I said, whoa, they have a lot more going on. Tremendous professional development and great networking opportunities, and now even more so virtual, as well as going in person. And so I went to my first technical conference. There's me kicking it old school with those old printed out PowerPoint style posters, for those who remember that. And I mentioned I went into the website looking for fellowships. I did get the fellowship, and I got my first graduate fellowship from the National Organization of Black Chemists and Chemical Engineers. And there I was receiving the award. And all of these things were so great because I met so many great people at these conferences, people who did so many just easy things. A suggestion: have you tried this? Look into that. Just really just casual and passive advice. In some cases, you're having conversation. In other cases, just really nice, affirmative conversations. Oh yeah, graduate school can be hard. Oh, they treat, that's not acceptable. They shouldn't treat you that way. And just getting your feelings validated and sharing stories with other women to say, yeah, these are the challenges that we face, and this isn't right, or here's how you get around it. And so having an external group of people who barely knew me, who immediately believed in me and saw the potential in me and supported me, helped me go back and push on through my graduate degree despite the various challenges. And I mentioned that you network and you meet a lot of people, and this is kind of when I met a group of people I would say is the second tier of my support system. And these are people I would describe as coaches. And a lot of times, when you talk to younger people, they say, oh, okay, I need a mentor. And I mentioned that before. A mentor is important. But in addition to a mentor, sometimes what you also need in your life is a coach. And, as the name would suggest, or if you're familiar with sports, coaches, they're very mission oriented. We want to win this game. I'm going to do everything I can to tool you up, to get you to a place where you can win this game. And in your professional life, a coach is going to function much the same way. They may not be in it with you for the long haul per se, like your mentor, and they may not get into the nuances of your life, your career trajectory. They may not be in it that deep, but they're going to step in and come alongside you to get you to one particular objective. And so, if you can meet people like that throughout your life, they're great. And again, just like with the mentoring, you drive the relationship. Your coach may reach out to you. Malika, I heard of this great opportunity and I want to get you in. I want to get you in it. Like, this is what I need from you. Or you may have heard of an opportunity and you can say, hey, I know that you previously were, you accomplished this in your career. Can you give me any tips and pointers on how to get that? And, the subtle difference between coaches and mentors is coaches often are some people, they're also super busy and maybe they're not ready to commit or take on a big, long mentoring relationship, but a short-term assignment, they're there for you. And this woman shown here is Janet Bryant, and she's one of my people I would say who's a coach. She was somebody who came into my life and saw where I was in my career. And she said, I'm going to help you get through this. And I'm going to help you get to the next level. Just like that. Janet's like a freight train. And she came in and she said, we met, we engaged, we had some conversations, and she could just see how downtrodden I was by my current situation. And she said, I'm going to help you get through this. And what's interesting about Janet is she's not an academician. She worked in government. But, she worked in a government lab and she was a scientist, and she knew what it was like to be the only woman in her unit. And she knew what it was like to be second guessed and challenged and not taken seriously. And she gave me some really good tips and strategies and helped me get over that hump and helped me get to the next stage. And I circled back to her later in life when I had to get over another hump. And she's always lurking in the wings, ready to pounce in and help coach and advise me as I make my way through. So with the help of my new team, I managed to make it through my PhD, and then I moved to Iowa State University. That's where I started my first faculty job. Now, I will mention that it was actually between graduate school and going to Iowa that I did do my detour at Carnegie Mellon, where I met Rick, my second mentor. And actually, for the first time in my career, had a really good time. And doing research and science at Carnegie Mellon was amazing. Having a supportive mentor and advisor was amazing. And he set me up and pushed me to go become a professor. And I took my job, and I mentioned in the beginning, I'm from Brooklyn, New York, and I took my first academic job, and it was at Iowa State University. And as the little map shows, which is located in the state of Iowa, in the city of Ames, which is in the middle of the state of Iowa. So I jokingly told my friends, back and family back in New York that I had moved to the middle of nowhere. And that is where I was. If you haven't been to Iowa or to the Iowa State Fair, do put it on your bucket list. It is in the book, 500 Things to Do Before You Die. And if you don't go, you'll never see this, which is the butter cow. Every year they do a sculpture entirely from butter. This is one from a couple of years ago. And so you won't get to see the butter sculptures if you don't come otherwise. So I started off my career there. It was a great move professionally. People there were incredibly supportive, and so it was a good career choice. Now, at this point, I'm feeling like, I was doing okay in terms of what I wanted to do for my career, but I'll just highlight that the path didn't exactly go as how I thought it would. I knew in the beginning, get to high school, get that scholarship, get to college. Go to college, get through graduate school, try to get there in under 5 years. So those 2 steps went fine. Now, what I thought would follow next would be a short postdoc and then an assistant professorship. But I did a little bit of a detour. I did do a stint at Smith College as a visiting professor, and that's because I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to do. If I wanted to go to a research school after my disastrous PhD, I wasn't sure if I wanted to work at an institution like that. I loved Wellesley, so I thought maybe a small teaching college may be a better fit to me. I did the visiting position at Smith and realized, no, I really like the research. So I did the postdoc with Rick. And I thought I would do a short postdoc, but it ended up being a longer postdoc, but it was a good postdoc. And so that was a little bit late for the detour. And then I got the tenure track job at Iowa State, and that was a good start. But tenure usually takes 6 years, and I will say I took 7 years. And, when people do things like that, take extra time, it's often something people try to bury in their resume as a point of shame, but I will mention it to just say it's okay if you need to take extra time, because at the end of the day, it just matters that you get to your final goal and your final destination, which was tenure. And that was my objective. I got tenure. Now, I do mention that I took an extra year to get to tenure on my tenure clock. And if you're paying attention in the beginning, I mentioned I do not have any children, so it wasn't a maternity leave, but it's when I learned during my time at Iowa State, I learned lesson 3. And it was my grandma Jean, who actually I think it should pop up, my grandma Jean, who reminded me of this when I was going through this situation. I had to take some time off for medical leave. And all through my time at tenure, you're under tremendous pressure to produce, to succeed, to get things done, to hit all the benchmarks and metrics that are required to get tenure, write papers, raise research grants, mentor students, have excellent teaching. And it's very easy to get caught in the fray of your job. I don't have time to do anything else. I have to do these work things. I don't have time to do anything else. And we're all guilty of that. Sitting, work late nights, sleep deprivation, eating meals at our desk, skipping doctor's appointments, even though something feels a little bit off because I don't have the time. It's so easy to fall into that paradox. Many of us do it. But what I learned the hard way, and with my grandma Jean, she said, oh, baby, if you do not make time for your wellness, you will take time for your illness. And so all the times that I didn't do what I needed to do for myself because I was busy, because I had a deadline, because I had something to do, and I couldn't see my way around not doing it or making that type of time, at the end of the day, when the wheels come off, if you get sick, ill, hurt, need surgery, everything comes to a screeching halt, and you will take that time off to deal with your illness. So, it is okay and a legitimate use of your time to invest in your personal wellness throughout your journey. Do not take it for granted, especially when you're young. You feel invincible. Like, what could go wrong? I got this. When you're older, you take your health a little bit more seriously because you've usually been through a few things. But when you're young and you've never been sick before, you think you can keep, living off of Fritos and not sleeping and drinking Jolt Cola. But no, you really have to make time for your wellness. And so in the context of this, I definitely want to emphasize how important that is. And the other lesson I learned along the way is that life is not a marathon. It's not a sprint. And, I living here in Boston, I get to watch the marathon every year. And, marathon is 26.2 miles. I've never run one. I've done a 10K. That's the best I can do. And even from my 10K experience, I can say that you don't want to go out too hot or too fast because you'll burn yourself out. You want to pick a pace and sustain it. And you want to think about how you're going to play for the long haul. How are you going to build yourself up to go for the distance? And so that's something to be always mindful of. And I'll harp on the second point too. is that it's so easy to get into this culture where we're like, go, 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 do. But it's not just about getting from A to B. It's sometimes the steps along the way that are in fact the most interesting. And so that's something that's important to make note of. And I just grabbed this PhD comic slide because it really chronicles my life, and when you go to graduate school, like, I'm going to do whatever I want. And, then you become a graduate student. I'm doing what my professor tells me to do. But what you don't realize is they're telling you that because we're going to do whatever research the agency funds and the tenure committee wants to see, and so on and so forth. And then finally, when you're retired, you can maybe do the things that you want to do on your own. Uh-oh. What just happened? There. Okay. Sorry. There we go. Okay. Overzealous mouse. There we go. Okay, so also at the time I was at Iowa State, that's when I got another component into my buffering system. And, I had progressed into my career to the point that I was now a professor, and I was trying to make those moves. And even when I was pre-tenure and trying to line everything up to hit the metrics, that's when I learned about another key aspect of the mentoring triad, and that is a sponsor. And I mentioned that a coach is somebody who comes in and usually helps you get over a hump or get through a particular passage or time in your life. And a sponsor's engagement with you is even more high level or even less involved than a mentor. But these people are so important. And a sponsor is somebody who is influencing things to help you. They're people who are working on your behalf for jobs, promotions, awards, recognitions. And, you may not even know that somebody's sponsoring for you or advocating for you until something happens really interesting. You might say, somebody may call you an opportunity, and you say, oh, well, this is an excellent opportunity. Thank you for thinking of me. And they'll say, oh, so-and-so said you were a great person to use. And I'm like, wow, well, that was nice. And these are people you may cross paths with in your professional societies, people from your university, people you'll meet up with if you go to other conferences. But something in you, somebody saw something in you, and your name is in their mind. And when an opportunity presents itself, they're in a position of influence. They're going to drop your name and open that door for you and create that opportunity. And so, if you realize that if you connect with people and you got people in your life who are making moves like that for you, keep those relationships going. It doesn't need the high maintenance of a mentor. Like I said, often sponsors are really high level people, so they're super busy. And so, they don't have time for phone calls and emails and everything every day. But, a simple, email, hey, I got this award. Thank you for nominating me. We'll do the trick. But, having influential people in your world is super critical. And I just picked two people. I have so many more people I can point to who have been these people for me and in my career. Jerry Richmond, I'm showing her down at the bottom. Jerry's a wonderful woman. If you guys haven't heard of Jerry, look her up. She started a wonderful organization called Coach, which is helping advance the professional careers of women. She started in chemistry and has broadened it out to STEM. And in her role as the leader of Coach, Jerry has been that person for so many women to just, when she sees an opportunity, she's like, and I'm going to give them 5 names of women to consider for this award so they can stop telling me there were only men, that they can only find good men. And she's that woman. She opens doors and makes moves and has been so helpful to me. And up above her, I have a picture of Craig Hawker. He's a professor at the University of California, Santa Barbara, all the way across the country. Met Craig at a conference, and we had some great conversations, and he's a very interesting guy, and we hit it off. And sometime later, he doubles back and says, Malika, I'm organizing a joint summit of scholars, and I want to bring a team of scholars from the United States, and we're going to Japan to talk about them about material science. Will you join me? Wow. And when you're a pre-tenured assistant professor, getting invited to an international summit is a big deal. It's something that looks great on your resume. And, here's this guy who says, I'm going to invite that really cool chemist I met at that one time, let me get her in here. But he had that level of influence, that level of power to say, she's on the list too, she's coming. And that was, from having been at that meeting, the doors that opened and the people I met there was something that was very vital to my career trajectory. So, I mentioned I started off my career at Iowa State. It was a great place to work professionally, and it was a great place to grow in my career. But personally, I was so unsatisfied. It was very challenging for me. I'm a big city girl, and Ames was a small town, and it also wasn't very diverse. And I knew all that going into that job. I knew those things. But, when you're on the academic job market, you don't necessarily have a lot of choice in terms of what you get. You apply everywhere and you land where you land, and you make some choices if you get one or more offers as to where you go. And that's something that's kind of bred into us. Be grateful you got an academic job. A lot of people want one and they didn't get one. So at least you got one, and just go out there and make it work. And I did. And I did for some time. But as I got a little bit older, I also learned that I deserved to have a little bit more, and that, it's okay. And here's lesson 4. Your happiness is a critical part of your own success. And so we can't just dissuade the impact of personal happiness and things. And so often we're forced to make good decisions around our professional careers that may be good professional decisions, but not good personal ones. And so it's okay to find that balance. There's nothing wrong if you pass up on a professional opportunity because it's not what you need personally, or it's not going to bring you joy. And, it took getting a little bit older for me to realize that I deserve to have the career I wanted, and I also deserve to do it in a place that would make me personally happy. And so the opportunity presented itself, and so I moved to Boston. And that's where I am now at Boston University. And so it's been a great shift for me. It's a much bigger city than Iowa was. And it's also a much more diverse city in terms of population and culture, and just so much to do. And I'm now also back driving distance to my family, so I can go visit them more frequently and they can come visit me. And so this was just a good decision overall. So the other part about, making the decisions to be happy is embracing the things that interest you. In the beginning of my career, and like most pre-tenure people, you play it safe. You do things that are expected of you to do. You do things you're supposed to do to be successful, to get tenure. But the nice thing about having tenure is when you come out on the other side of that, you can start to do the things that you want to do as well, and the things that interest you. And so, in addition to my scholarship of late, I've been leaning into this passion project of mine, or just really trying to amplify the awareness and think about what is happening in the academy that is so not diverse, because this is a known fact and everyone just kind of accepted, oh, there really aren't very many people of color in faculty jobs, and oh, there really aren't very many Black women. This article came out last year, and there was this huge scandal when Nicole Hannah-Jones, the Pulitzer Prize winning journalist, was denied tenure at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. That really got everyone to thinking about what is happening behind the scenes, and why is it that it's just not that you can be good enough as a Black woman and get tenure, and what are some of the subtle things, biases, and things that are in place that are maybe making people be less successful. And the Chronicle of Higher Education launched this story, which they talked about the lack of diversity, and they had a little algorithm. You could search your database for your school and see what percentage of your tenured faculty were Black women. And in most places, I think the maximum was 3%, and most places had between 1% and 2%. And so I was actually asked by my own school paper to write some comments on that. So I wrote this point of view, just talking about, what exactly is happening in the systemic ways in which there's added bias that adversely affect the chances of certain people, and particularly Black women, to get tenure. And so, this is something I wouldn't have had the courage or the voice to do earlier, pre-tenure, because you don't want to make enemies and alienate people. But post-tenure, you can be honest about your thoughts and feelings, and put it all out there. And I'm glad I did. It turned out it was one of the most downloaded and most viewed point of view that was published by the BU paper, and they actually nominated me for an award, and for a journalism award from CASE, which is the Committee for Academic Scholarly Publishing or something. But they nominated me for an award, and I got it, best opinion piece of a certain length. And so now I was science communicator, so I'm officially an award-winning writer as well, so I can add that to my resume. But this is the things I would say is, don't let people make you cut off a portion of yourself or stuff it away just because it doesn't fit their narratives. And the last thing I've recently started leaning into, as I mentioned, I was an advocate for diversity. And now that I'm at the graduate school, part of the lack of diversity in the faculty lines is, people always says it's a pipeline issue. Okay, it is. It is in that we should certainly increase the PhD production so that there are more people available, but the number of people available still is more than the number of people who get hired. So it's not the pipeline issue it's made out to be. But nonetheless, let's open up doors. And, while race is something I'm always aware of as a Black woman, also having grown up poor in New York City, that I know that there's a direct correlation between race and income, and that really at the end of the day, especially in this America, that one of the biggest barriers that people face is financial barriers and some structural deficits that make it difficult for low-income people to straddle the achievement gap and make their way up through college and up to graduate school. Now, disproportionately, those people tend to be people of color, but really at the essence of one of the biggest problems is financial barriers. And so looking at some of the things we do strategically at the graduate school is I began to examine what are some of the barriers that may be in place that would stop a high performing low income student from considering a PhD. People often think PhDs are, something for elitist or, people of means, but really anyone who has the intellectual ability should be able to do it. And so eliminating things like application fees, providing relocation assistance, and just making sure people have the funding they need through the duration of their degree are some of the things that I'm tackling now in my current position. So the last lesson I'll leave you with is, enjoy every step of the journey. And I gave you 4 of the lessons along the way. And the last one I just want to highlight is often we are guilty of setting goals. Nothing wrong with setting goals. Set goals and work to achieve them. But I see so many people, especially women, who don't celebrate the little steps along the way. And, I had a dear friend, and, she was successful in business. And she worked for one of those hedge management funds. She did really well for herself in New York City and bought herself a lovely condo in New York. New York real estate is not a small feat to master. And some of our friends, we came by to visit her, and the place, it was just barren. It wasn't decorated. She had even barely unpacked. And we thought you moved like 2 years ago. And she said, oh, I did. We know we're all busy at work. And she said, I'm busy at work. And, I don't know. We said, well, you gotta, this is a lovely place. You gotta fix it up. And she said, yeah, well, when I finally get married, we can build this together and get a home. Please don't put important things in your life on hold until some nebulous, unclear when it will be realized date and goal. Celebrate every step of the way. I know people who hit really good milestones along the way and while they're trying to get tenure, and then it's like, but I don't have tenure yet. It's a big deal if you got this grant. It's a big deal if you got this fellowship. You can take that moment and celebrate that. That's not you saying, oh, but I'm not going to still chase tenure. You're still chasing tenure, and that's okay. But don't delay your gratification. So many people say, oh, I'll celebrate when X. And if anything we learned from this pandemic is tomorrow is promised to no one. And I know some very good people who died fairly young, and I can think about all the things they put on hold waiting for this other domino to fall before they gave themselves full credit or before they allowed themselves to fully relax, celebrate, and embrace what they had accomplished. And so, embrace things along the way. I believe in micro treats. When I'm chasing down a big goal, I will give myself micro treats along the way. Maybe that should be my buffering solution as well, including, I also have a tough writing project. I'll literally put a bag of Skittles on my desk, and it's every sentence I complete, I get a Skittle. Do whatever makes you happy, but treat yourself to some rewards along the way. You deserve it, and you do not have to defer your gratification till you hit the big goal. Celebrate the little blips along the way. And so I hope that I at least convince you all of some really good strategies to think about and how you can put people around you, build a good network, and create a situation for yourself where you are buffered so that you've got some way to absorb the change and adversity that's going to come your way as you move through these spaces as a woman in science. And so with that, I will wrap up. And I think we have a panel, and I may have a minute or two for a question or a comment.
Yeah, we're gonna do about 5, maybe 10 minutes of questions here, and then we'll have a short break before the panel, which you will be on. So there are more opportunities. Thank you so much for this. This was amazing. And I love this idea of celebrating every step. The design of this symposium is to celebrate women in STEM and women helping other women in STEM. And so I hope that you will all take an opportunity later in the salons to celebrate your last step in your journey and share with us in the salons. We have a question. This is great and very useful. As a high school teacher, what would be the best advice I can give my students of color and females planning to go into science about finding mentors even in undergrad. And I would expand that because you mentioned not just mentors, but is there a way to identify a sponsor and look for coaches?
Absolutely. That's a great question. And I think at the youngest age, one of the things that's important to encourage younger people is that it is so early, so very early still. I encounter young women and, they say, I'm just not any good at science. You are 14 years old. It's too early to call in on anything. Like, you may not be good at science now, but you could still be good at science. It's too early to call it quits on anything. To remind them that time is their friend in this, that they still have plenty of time to evolve, and that they shouldn't give up on anything, even if it was a little bit hard to them in the beginning. I mean, I tell my male students, let's not forget Michael Jordan didn't even make his JV team. So, it's not, just because you struggle with something when you're younger doesn't mean you can't do it when you're early, when you get later on in your career. But I would tell them that is not to be a wallflower in the classroom. How you get good advice, how you get good mentoring, is you make yourself known to your professors, and make yourself known in a good way. Don't ask dumb questions that are on the syllabus, because then we think you didn't read. Listen to your professors, and every professor is not the same, but listen to some of the things they say and that they do, and and align yourself with that. I tell my students at the beginning of my classes that I'm a first generation college student. And if you're a first generation student and you are just not sure about the unwritten curriculum and how to navigate through this space, if you're curious about how to get an internship and you haven't figured out how to do it, my office is like, come to my office hours. And I have a group of students who they would come and ask for general help, and we would just sit and talk about career trajectory, and they are all on great career trajectories because they said, well, I was thinking about this. Do you know anything about that? Sure do, which is to your second question. How do you find a sponsor? Well, one of my students wanted to do something that it wasn't necessarily in my wheelhouse, and I thought, well, who's in my Rolodex who can help this kid out? And emails were sent, things were exchanged, and this person got this internship, and and then to set him up for a really good career trajectory. So I think it starts by just making connections with your professors. We have these large classes, and we don't know all the students in there. 200 plus people. I know the dozen or so who routinely came to my office hours. I know them by name and sight. I know them very well. And and when they circle back and ask for letters, or just say, can you write me a letter for something? Absolutely. Or I'm interested in something. Do you have any ideas? But make yourself known to your faculty. That's the first advice. The second advice, you mentioned having sponsors and coaches. Some of that stuff is organic. Like I mentioned, I cross paths with people and they weighed in. But there are other instances when I needed to get something done where I was the initiator. I might reach out, especially to a coach, to say, hey, I am interested in doing X. I see from the list of previous participants, you did X. Can you help me? If I, would you be willing to give me any feedback? Would you be, actually a great example of this, I was charged in my job most recently with starting a postdoctoral fellowship program. We wanted to start this thing called the Society, we call it the Society of Society of Fellows at BU. And a lot of schools have these postdoctoral fellowship programs, so we weren't unique in that. So what did I do? I literally contacted a woman at Dartmouth, and I said, hey, a couple of years ago, I was at Dartmouth, and I was a seminar speaker in the Society of Fellows colloquia. So I know you have a Society of Fellows program. We're actually going to start one at BU. Would you have time to meet with me and just have a conversation of the best practices and lessons learned in your creation of your program that's now in its 7th year? And, this woman gave me 2 hours of her time and answered, a couple of dozen emails over, over a 6-month period. But she helped me get my thing going, and I, she didn't know me, she didn't know anything, but it's like, oh yeah, that's great that you're doing it. We really enjoy our program. Let me help you. If you want to win an award and you see somebody who won that award, you might want to say, hey, they don't have any information on their website. Do you have any tips on how to put the application together? I saw that you were successful. Do you have any tips on how to put the application together? Be quick, direct, and to the point. When that person can read it and say, okay, this is a 30-minute ask of my time, I got you, and they'll weigh in. I get inquiries like that all the time. Junior faculty might say, hey, I saw you won this Young Investigator Award. These things are nebulous. They don't have any information on their website. would you mind sharing would you give me any pointers or, any information you could share? And at this point, I'm that far removed. I will send you, I already got the money, did the project. I'll send you my whole packet. Good. You could go look at it and dissect it and take from it whatever you need. That's an easy ask. And so, those are the things to reach out to as well. And, same thing with sponsorship. If you are trying to go after something and you're like, oh, I really need like a high level thing, you might have to even go through your mentor to say, okay, who actually would be a good person to nominate me for this might be your advisor. Like, can you ask him to do this for me? Or, I see he's in the National Academy, or I need this level person. Can you ask? So you might have to do kind of a two-step process. If you don't have a direct pathway to that person, think about who who can say, hey, are you really good with this person? Or, can you ask them to help me out? So,
Awesome.
yeah.
Yeah, I love how you're talking specifically about encouraging people to go to office hours. I read another thing recently where the woman said that people, the more historically marginalized folks in her class were the people who didn't come to office hours. And so she ended up putting in a policy that everyone had to come to office hours like once at the beginning of the semester to try to normalize it and make the invitation. And then she got a lot more engagement. And, I think you mentioned we can't do it ourselves, but over and over again, society makes us internalize this message that you're supposed to, and that if you can't do it yourself, that you're an oddity or somehow deficient. But it's fundamental. We all need this support, and so helping any way that we can help normalize for the next generation that it's something the system isn't affording us, but that we should all have, and that we all need, and that's not wrong or different to need the support, I think can be beneficial. Do you have any thoughts on that before we wrap up?
No, absolutely. I think that, I said two things, and I think that we should first of all, we should normalize talking about failure, because I think one of the biggest things that hurts our younger people is they think the people who are older than them, who are successful, have never failed. And they think, oh, I took this one misstep in my life, it's over, I'm ruined, I can't recover. And it's like, you can. Like, if you knew all the little nuances and the hurdles I went through and, to get where I am. And again, it's like, people always think winners never fail. Winners, they fail all the time. They just pick themselves up and keep going and keep trying again. So I think we need to normalize talking about failure. It's important for people who are higher up and accomplish to normalize talking about their trials, tribulations, and that everything wasn't peachy and perfect, and yet it still ended up working out okay, because students need to know that when they're in the trenches and in the throes of it, that's going to be okay. And we also need to stop normalize that, people very rarely accomplish anything. Some of the best accomplishments are team efforts, right? And so let's stop, oh, I was that person, I did it all myself. It's like, even the guy who was the first man on the moon, he didn't do that by himself. It was like thousands of scientists and engineers it was a team effort. And some of the best accomplishments ever were done by solid works of teams. There's no shame in being a team or being a member of a group or, or a unit. And let's stop people thinking that everybody did it by themselves. Most people have had some type of help. And even some of the people who won't admit they had help. They're like, oh no, I did it all myself. Yes, okay, you did it all yourself after, your parents gave you a fully funded college education that afforded you a lot of free time. Honestly, it's funny. A person I could think of who fits that category, I think of an Elon Musk, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like, oh yeah, you started this successful company after you're all by yourself. Okay, that's true. He was smart enough to do the tech, but you did it all by yourself because you have the fundraise, because you were intrinsically wealthy. So you could just start a company from whole cloth because you didn't have to bother to raise capital because you were already rich. And so, it's very few of us who are in those positions where we don't have to get a little bit of help somewhere along the line.
Well, thank you so much. I do want to give everybody a chance for a break. We are going to reconvene at 10:15 for the next panel. Thank you so much for this. It was incredible. There'd be a big round of applause if we were in person, I know. So we'll put on the other screen. Everyone take, sorry, just under 10, and we'll see you back here at 10:15.
Darby, Skylar, Shona. Hi, good to see you. Malika, good morning. Great to have you. Thank you so much for a very interesting presentation. I was keeping notes during your talk, and my favorite is make the decision to be happy. Hadn't occurred to me it's a decision. Like you have to make a conscious decision, I feel. So thank you so much for that. Could you please unmute yourself?
Yes,
There
I said you're very welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
You always learn something new from wisdom. So it was a wonderful session. Thank you. So we are at 10:15, where I would like us to start on time with our second panel, where we will discuss survive and thrive, mental health, mentoring, and support systems for women in STEM. And I would like to start by asking my panelists to present themselves, give a short introduction, and we're going to start with questions afterwards. And I'd like to start with Darby. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here and talk about this. Boy, I wish I'd had access to a conference like this 40 years ago when I started out. It would have made all the difference. My name is Darby Dyer. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a professor at Mount Holyoke College. I'm also on the grad faculty at UMass Amherst, and I'm also a senior scientist at the Planetary Science Institute. So I wear a lot of hats. Let's see, in reflecting on my career, I started out I went to Wellesley College. I graduated from there in 1980, and Wellesley turned me into a scientist. I had gone to Wellesley thinking I would major in, I don't know, English. My mother had been an English major there. I had no science courses since my freshman year of high school. And in those days, I grew up in Indiana, and you didn't have to take a science course to graduate except for one. So I took 9th grade biology, and I was, how do I say this? The teacher made it very clear that girls didn't belong in his class, but he would suffer us, and I couldn't do this. And, and unfortunately I bought the t-shirt. I assumed that he was right, which was really stupid. Anyway, I went to Wellesley, decided to major in English, took an English course my freshman fall, and did miserably in it, and decided I would major in art history. Happily went along with that, and then I had to take a science course to graduate, which, as you can imagine, was very difficult for me. So I asked around and took the simplest science course, which was Rocks for Jocks, and it was taught by an amazing woman professor. And it's hard to put this in perspective given this gathering, but I had never seen a woman scientist. So for me, having a woman professor was just mind-blowing. Anyway, and she was very visual, as I am very visual, and I decided I wanted to grow up and be just like Meg Thompson. And so I decided to double major in art history and geology. And I needed a lot of help because, at that point I didn't know the elements on the periodic chart. I had a lot of catching up to do, and Wellesley helped me. I had to take intro chemistry, intro physics, and those professors, man, they went the extra mile for me. They'd schedule extra office hours just for Darby. And at the end of the day, I ended up getting into graduate school at MIT, where I also had a lot of catching up to do. My first year as a grad student, I was in a geochemistry course, and I never spoke because I wasn't sure what the chemical symbols were for the elements. And so I just kept my mouth shut. Anyway, but I managed to survive at MIT, and since then have prospered. And so that's a little bit about me, and the fact that I got through Wellesley and MIT and became who I am with the help of some amazing professors, including my advisor at MIT. So that's my introduction to Darby.
Thank you, Darby. Let's go to Shona.
Thank you so much for inviting me to be on this esteemed panel. My name is Shauna Young. I'm the Executive Director for the Scratch Foundation, which is a spin out actually of MIT Media Lab. And thinking back on my journey, I'm from Fayetteville, North Carolina, military town. And I thought I always wanted to be a doctor. Mainly because I only knew of a few careers, being a doctor, a lawyer, or and a teacher. And over the time after going to Howard and majoring in chemistry, I knew I loved science. I love science and math. And I had great teachers, the same as what Darby shared. Like having a great teacher, I think really makes a difference. And so I had a great chemistry and science teacher in high school, went to Howard and majored in chemistry, and really figured out that I did not want to be a doctor. And so I actually went to GE for 1 year, GE Plastics, and also figured out that I did not want to be in corporate America, and had this pull to become a teacher. I enjoyed working with high school kids who are working at GE more than actually doing my work that I had at that time. And so when I went into the classroom, I found so much joy. It truly is addictive to see kids' eyes light up when they really figure something out. I always also wanted to be a catalyst for more kids, students going into STEM. And I realized that educators were just the center of making that happen. Once I did that for a period of time, I moved to Massachusetts and found this whole ecosystem of educational nonprofits. And so having the chance to work at MIT and run the Office of Engineering Outreach Programs, where now I was on the other side of providing access to children and students in STEM, it was so rewarding. So the Office of Engineering Outreach Programs basically focuses on highly talented kids from underserved, underrepresented communities from around the country. And doing that helped me realize again that it's not just that we have to have educators in classrooms who are role models, who are excited about learning and science and STEM. We also have to have these additional resources and experiences for children to experience outside of their own community. And then I also was at Duke Tip and ran the Duke Tip program, which was around gifted and talented children. And right now at Scratch Foundation, we're running an ed tech platform. We're the largest coding platform and educational movement for creative learning in the world. And it's really, really exciting to see, again, how children, especially girls, really latch on to having a space where they can express their ideas through building projects on our platform. So I'll pause there.
Thank you, Shona. Skylar.
Hi, my name is Skylar Larson. I am currently an undergraduate at MIT. I'm a senior now, so oh gosh, I don't feel like a senior, but I am one apparently. I am from San Diego, California, sunny SoCal, and I am extremely lucky to have grown up in a family that is extremely has a positive outlook on my love for science. I've always loved science. I've always loved astronomy, staring up into space. I've always loved it ever since I was a toddler, and I have gotten nothing but support from the people around me. And I cannot stress enough how important that is for a budding scientist. Like, I know exactly how important that is. And I've always loved it. I love reading books about astronomy and, looking up. But my first real exposure to research, like real hands-on, published paper data research in astronomy, was when a program called Boyce Astro came to my high school and taught a seminar about astronomy research, not just, astronomy topics, but hands-on research. They would have high school kids take data from remote telescopes, and they would teach us how to analyze it, write about it in a paper, and we got a paper published in the Journal of Double Star Observations. It was the trial project was we would all observe double stars and their coordinates in respect to one another, and it was super cool. Absolutely adored it, and I got a paper published out of it in high school, which was an incredible opportunity. And I eventually went on to go to the summer science program in Boulder, Colorado. You know, got more data, worked with more data, worked in an observatory on site for the first time. All of this is in high school. And I eventually found myself at MIT. Now I major in, oh, all of the MIT majors are numbered. So like instead of physics, you would say course 8, but I am a course 12, which means Earth, Atmospheric, and Planetary Science. I am concentrating in planetary science. I absolutely love the major because it is very interdisciplinary. I get to study things like astrobiology. I love that that exists, first of all. I really want to go into exoplanets, and I have been in classes taught by some incredible women in the field of planetary science. One of my favorite classes so far was an exoplanets class taught by Dr. Sarah Seeger. Anyway, loved it. And I adore being a scientist. My story is kind of still being written. I am a senior, meaning I'm currently in grad appel right now. Ask me in a few months where I'm going to be for the next few years. But I really, part of my career going forward, I hope, is to encourage young ladies like I once was to go into science, to really be be what I needed when I was 3, basically. To give that support to kids who were in my position when I was young. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Skylar. Malika?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Short opening remarks.
Oh, as if you guys haven't heard enough from me and about me already. I guess what I will back up to say is, how did I even end up doing STEM to begin with? I just was always that naturally curious kid. I was that person who always was like, wear my mother out. What would happen if? What would happen if? And, bless her heart, she would just send me to the library. That was, actually, you think as a kid I would learn my lesson. I keep asking so many questions. My mother said, you know what? I don't know, but I bet there's a book on that. And she would literally walk me into a library and like, all right, we're going to find, books on X. Like, you sit here and read it. And I love to read, and I would read it. Or we'd go to the encyclopedia and read a paragraph, whenever I had questions. So I was just always naturally inquisitive. Fortunately, I didn't burn the house down because I was always curious and trying things and, doing my experiments around the house. And luckily nothing bad happened. There were a couple of incidences with the stove. And so luckily nothing bad happened, but I was just always naturally inquisitive. And so it was just more a matter of throughout my life progressing, figuring out the best way to harness that interest and that curiosity in science and figuring out a good venue to do it. And so of course, college was the next logical progression. And I briefly considered going into industry because, they do hire industrial chemists. And I considered that not so much at the undergraduate stage. I was fine with going straight into graduate school, but in the graduate school stage, when I was going through the throes of it, I thought maybe I should just exit and do an industry job. But it was I had a couple of interviews and talked to some industry scientists, and I realized that I just wasn't cut for that. And it was mostly when I was just listening to them, talk about some of the most interesting, cool science, and you're just listening to the story of discovery and things that I really excite me. And then I'm like, and then I stopped and I said, well, and then what happened? Oh, then some guy with an MBA determined it wasn't going to have the large enough share of the market to bring the project forward anymore. And it's just like, and I thought, I just didn't know how many times I could get excited about coming to work about my science if somebody in the MBA was going to shut it down. Now, that was naive because I also, like, oh, if I'm a professor, I can do whatever I want. If I can get the funding to do it. But, I didn't know that part then. So I said, well, I don't want some MBA telling me what I can do scientifically. So I'll just go be an academic. And so that's kind of was what shifted me into the academy.
Thank you, Malika. And I omitted to introduce myself. I am Stella Kafka. I'm the Executive Director of the American Meteorological Society, Weather, Water, Climate Enterprise. And I will be your moderator today. This panel is not for me. This panel is for all of you who are attending this meeting. So please ask questions on the chat until we, and I would like to give you a couple of minutes to type your questions. Until then, I have some questions of my own to get us warmed up. So the first thing that I would like to tackle, the elephant in the room. Yesterday, we were talking a lot about women in STEM. How do we attract them? How do we promote them? How do we retain them? And one of the things that was brought up was mental health. Mental health issues. And as we all know, these have been enlarged and enhanced and accentuated during the last 3 years. Show me a person who haven't had mental health issues during the COVID era. My solution was to get a puppy, by the way, and I highly recommend it. Puppies are amazing, but it doesn't, because I could afford the time to spend with it. So let's discuss issues related to mental health today. How can they be addressed? How are they not be addressed? Hopefully they're not a taboo anymore to discuss in groups, because I remember when I was in school, in undergraduate, more than 20 years ago, you could not talk about mental health. Everything was fine. And I would like to start with Shona. So your wisdom.
Yeah, thank you for asking, Stella. I think it starts with acknowledgement. Personally, for me, I invest in having time with therapy. I think it's really important, especially as a leader in science, and in science where a lot of times you're one or the only, and you're really trying to have your ideas push forward. These microaggressions, you may not even understand how they're impacting you. And so I also feel like so that's one. The other is really creating a network, a supportive network around you that I often say are not just mentors, but champions, people who really support you when you're not in the room. And so, and really taking, I had mental health days well before they were called mental health days. They were called Shauna days. And I would take the day, I would get my nails done. I would do whatever it was. I would just spend the day with myself. And really be revived and refreshed. I didn't have to travel anywhere, but I just took a moment and acknowledged everything I'd done myself, like gave myself a pat on the back, and just spent time not working and thinking about what the next thing was. So I would say acknowledgement that mental health is important, really thinking about for yourself, how are you going to be attuned with what your mental health needs are? If that's therapy, if that's time with yourself, is that having that cadre of champions around you.
Thank you. Skylar.
Yeah, so yeah, I can basically add to what Shauna said. I think that it's like giving yourself time to rest and recuperate is incredibly important. For example, like I'm a student at MIT, right? And it is so tempting at a place like this to just bury yourself in your work, get tunnel vision. And like that is not very good for mental health, honestly. And I always tried reminding myself that spending time on my hobbies is just as important as spending time on my classes, because it is my regeneration time. It is time that I dedicate to keeping myself healthy. Sorry. For example, like my clubs, for example, like I spend time I'm part of like a digital art club. I love drawing. I love doing weird nerd stuff on the side. And like that is incredibly important to spend time on, even when like you don't think it is. Especially when you're swamped with work. That could be like the most important time. Not like for procrastination, at least, I tell myself that. But just so that you have the mental capacity to, do things. Because tunnel vision is very detrimental to, doing more work in an actually more efficient way. It seems like kind of paradoxical, but just trust me on this. And as far as surrounding yourself with a support group, I feel like it's impossible for me to talk about my mental health without mentioning something else about myself. I have an invisible disability. I am neurodivergent. And something that has been extremely helpful for me has been surrounding myself with other neurodivergent people, other neurodivergent students at the school, people who understand how to combine, the grind with being neurodivergent, having these same experiences as me. So surrounding yourself with people who share your experiences is also extremely important for mental health.
Thank you, Skylar. Malika?
I think I'm gonna echo a lot of what was already said, especially I think Shauna just nailed it. You know, it begins with it begins with acknowledgement that you need it, and an understanding that you deserve it too. I think what a lot of people struggle with is not that they don't think they need it, but that they won't allow themselves the time, as I mentioned in my talk, to say that it is okay. This is not a misuse of your time. In fact, I find I'm more productive when I take some time off to recharge. And one of my general policies is I don't work Sundays. And I refuse to work on Sundays, maybe because I used to live in Pittsburgh, and I'm a huge Steelers fan. But I learned, we used to jokingly say there that Sunday is for football and the Lord. But on the seventh day she rests, and you need to take a day off. And I always tell my graduate students the same thing. And some are coming really hot, like, no, I'm gonna work really hard. And I'm like, and you're gonna burn out. The whole sprint marathon thing. I'm like, pick a Sabbath day and honor it. And, and don't let people push and violate. I remember I had a grant proposal doing some senior college, like, well, this is going to require a work weekend. And now for their family reasons, Saturday was off the table. Well, I have this family, that, and this family, that. I can't do Saturday. I have to take my wife shopping. But everybody agreed that Sunday worked best for them. I said, I don't work Sundays. And somebody told me if I was serious about my job, my career, I would be there. I was not there. I said, how is it that we all agreed that Saturday wasn't good for a couple of people, and we took Saturday off the table? And since I'm in the minority, that Sunday isn't good for me, I'm going to be bullied into doing it. I said, listen, here's my section. I'll have all my write-ups uploaded on Saturday, and I'll follow back up on Monday. But I just on general principle, pick a Sabbath day and honor it. Don't let anybody violate and take it from you, and, be consistent. And even if that just means you're on your couch, going into a show hole, that is fine. That is good enough. Get a manicure, do whatever it takes. And aside from regularly scheduled things, do some impromptu things. I think I do a good job of managing my mental health, but I actually found myself really overwhelmed emotionally when everything was happening with the whole George Floyd verdict. That I just felt overwhelmed, and I looked at my calendar, and I had one big meeting at the end of the day. It was actually with our dean's meeting, and I thought about it, and I just said no. And I emailed the dean, and I said, Stan, you're not going to believe this, but I think I'm going to have to call out Black today. And I said, and to clarify, I am just a little bit overcome emotionally with everything that's happening, and my attention is to these verdicts in in Minnesota, and I'm not focused, and I'm not well, and I'm just gonna take this time to just talk to some friends and get through this. And do you know what that man did? My dean, who was leading this meeting, white man, he replied back, Malika, you do what you need. That is so understandable, and I feel you on that. And you know what? He held the meeting he shortened the agenda. He met with the others, and he said, we're going to have a really short agenda. Malika's not joining us today, and she let me know why. And you know what? I think the verdict's coming out around 4 o'clock, and the meeting started at 3:30, supposed to go to 5. He's cut it at 4 o'clock. He said, everybody off the call, let's tune in and let's be aware of what's going on in the world. And so don't be afraid to advocate for yourself. You'll get some pushback from some people, but you'll be surprised about the support you'll get.
Send boundaries, right? Stick to them. Darby.
So a couple of things. First of all, I'm laughing at your day off because I take my day off starting at noon on Friday. Because frankly, I don't ever do anything productive on Friday afternoon. And so finally I just said, why am I even trying? So I take Friday afternoon and all day Saturday off, and then I work on Sunday. So that's the way I do it. But a few things. First of all, for me, exercise, the mind-body connection has always been really important. To this day, I'm a master's rower. Being exhausted physically helps to calm the voices in my head that relate to my research. And I think that maybe the best advice I can give on this topic is really about setting priorities. I think when I was in the thick of my career, there were so many people asking things of me, my children, my partner, my teaching, my students, my job. And at some point I finally sat down and actually made a list, which I taped to everything, that said, okay, the kids are the first priority, then the spouse, you Darby are in there. And then after that, your job is is second to that. And I heard on NPR recently, some guy has calculated that you spend a sixth of your waking hours working, supposedly. So I wish I'd known that at the time. But anyway, for me, when I'm completely overwhelmed with information and things to do, it's sometimes, it's tempting just to sort of go under. But having that list always, a list of priorities always helped me kind of figure out what I had to do. And then, of course, the truth of the matter is you never finish the list, it's always there. And I think as a senior scientist, the thing that I've spent 40 years trying to do is to get over the guilt, right? You never finish the stuff, but you make progress. And for me, my famous catchphrase, which any student who's worked with me will know, is I always say, look, the world will not end if we miss this deadline. And so now the students, of course, quote me that back. So that always puts, I try to teach the students that the world isn't going to end if you don't make it. And, there'll be another grant that you can write, or there'll be another thing. But some things you do have to show up for. And if, like teaching, you have to be in class. So I don't know, sometimes it just helps me to think about on a daily basis. And I'm also one of these people that before they go to bed at night, I have a list and I figure out what I make my worry list for the next day. And I go down the list of priorities. So for me, just being organized and thoughtful about what my priorities are and what I have to do with respect to the deadlines and constraints I have around me is important. And then just not feeling guilty when I don't make it, which happens all the time.
Thank you. We'll go to the question on the chat. The question is, what advice do you have for a young woman trying to find their way in the geology and planetary science field? And actually, I will start with Skylar. Let's talk about advice that you have overall for all of you, for a young woman or a young person who's trying to find their way in science in general. So Skylar.
Yeah, so I guess as I previously mentioned, like having a supportive community around you is probably the most important thing. And planetary science and geology in general, at least, I get this from my own, I get this impression from my own department. It might be different elsewhere, but the community here is really small and really tight knit. EAPS, the Earth, Atmospheric and Planetary Science department that I'm part of, all of the students, there aren't that many of us, so we kind of all know each other. So basically having that supportive environment where you can kind of just go talk to your friends or fellow students, peers in the department, that's incredibly important. You can talk together about classes or fun fact, there are currently 6 people total working on their senior theses right now, me included, in my department. So we can all just sit and chat about it. And as far as, cultivating that support group, it's very important to reach out. If you're struggling with mental health or struggling with your current job or work life, then it's so important to reach out to either your mentors or your peers. Your peers can sometimes just be just as important.
Thank you, Skylar. Malika?
I touched on a little bit of this, and your Skylar's last point is, I'll actually fold in, is a lot of my peers, I do have my peers in my field. It's like my friends who are completely outside of my field, and me being a chemist, I've got a really big and supportive community within chemistry. But of recent, I've actually found the value in making connections with just women scientists and scientists in other disciplines, because there are some nuances. All science is not the same, and so I do learn a lot about the different cultures. And honestly, it's almost like, oh, I thought chemistry was bad, and you go hang out with some people in physics or something, and you're like, oh, okay, I'm glad I'm a chemist. And so I do think that there is it's always valuable to grow your network and to think about the different ways in which you can find interactions and intersections with people in other disciplines to further grow, and people, you know, and who could sew into you in ways that you may not have initially thought of or imagined. I also do enjoy hanging out with people outside of science because their whole perspective on scholarship and the academy, it's completely different. It's a different ball of wax. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to say for better or worse, but it is very different. You start hanging out with people in the humanities, and you're like, like they are way more, I don't know, less tightly wound than we are in the sciences. And so it's kind of good to get their perspective and their feedback. And I saw a comment in there, and somebody said something like, yeah, you know, you don't have anybody's life in your hands. You know, that's something I always think about, is that there's not much about this job that's life or death. So, you know, slowing things down, modifying your schedule, putting yourself first, doing the things you need, there's nothing wrong with that. It's very seldom where, you know, you not doing X by Y day is going to be, I mean, maybe a grant deadline, maybe, you know, if it's a due date for a letter for a student, I always try to make sure you don't want to mess them up. But yeah, there's very few things that you can't reorg or push. So.
Yeah. And I will go to Darby next, but you know, this conversation brought to my mind something that comes from my culture. I was born and raised in Greece, and we have a saying from ancient Greece that a healthy mind lives in a healthy body. So that goes back to what Darby was talking about, exercise or find an outlet one way or another. Darby, yourself?
Oh boy, for Planetary specifically, if you want, I can send a link, because I have a whole web page on exactly this set of advice. But I agree with everyone else. Get the you know, get the support of colleagues, and you're right. The non-academic people, for example, the people I row with, they tease me constantly about being the Mars lady, but they have no clue what I do. You know. It took them a long while in fact, I didn't tell them what I did. I was sort of ashamed of this for a while, which is probably a bad thing, but I wanted them to get to know me as a person before they knew what I did, because sometimes when you introduce yourself as a scientist, people think it immediately gives them a preconceived notion. And I don't like being defined by, I mean, what I do professionally is science, and I am defined by that professionally, but me as a person, I am not defined by being a scientist. And sometimes when people first meet you, they have a hard time getting over that little problem. But anyway, I'll post this link if you guys want to see it. It will tell you what I think about planetary science.
Yes, please. The chat is here to actually provide resources as well. And I want to remind everyone that although we're virtual, the main idea is to make connections. So please feel free to ping any one of us with whatever information or help you might need. Shona, your thoughts, please.
Yeah, I mean, well, two things. For a very long time, I always said I'm a science teacher. So I'm thinking about from the perspective of being an educator, and then now as a nonprofit leader, what that looks like and how you seek out support. And I think as a teacher, you throw yourselves into the lives of your children, your kids in your classroom, or your students in your classrooms a lot, particularly based on what schools you work in. So I've worked in suburban schools where most of my children were white and affluent, and then spent most of my career working in a primarily Black school, where a lot of children were probably characterized in terms of their academic ability, meaning they had much more than what test scores would say they had. And so I was a certified workaholic as a teacher, because I felt like you could always give more. And so I think for me, what helped in being an educator was like really having a good group of friends where on the weekends, we would do things. We would just create, like, we're going to do a wine tasting ourselves at our house, or we're going to have a barbecue, or we're going to like just have a really good set of folks that you can, I think, you know, as Darby shared, they don't need to know who you are, but they are like giving you another space to be yourself and to not always be consumed with work. I think in education, you always feel like, again, you could do more. There are more children or students who need help, and that you can help. And so I've struggled with balance with that. And I also really make the decision to do something, I think very similar to what Malika said, like that I knew I would enjoy in life, like a career that I'd really enjoy. And so for me, I think, especially before I really had financial resources or understanding, I didn't grow up in a community where therapy was something we even talked about, but I had like this personal space where I could enjoy and not have to be shot at a teacher, but really just have fun with my friends. So that's one thing. I think going into being a nonprofit leader, it becomes even more isolating because you can't really, your family and friends may not really understand what you do. And then you also don't want to demonstrate that you have concerns or worries to your team. And also as a woman leader, I think it oftentimes puts more pressure on you. And so I feel like finding other folk who are in the similar space. I just came from a conference this week where I was talking to another ed tech leader, and we were just sharing some of the things that we're working on, some of the ways in which we're really trying to support our staff. We talked about what does it mean coming out of the pandemic or still in the pandemic. So finding your peers, I think I really appreciate what Skylar said, like your community that has a similar experience that you're going through is really helpful. And then I appreciate this piece around sort of your Sabbath or your time off for yourself. And so in my calendar, for instance, even though it's always packed, I try to leave Mondays and Friday afternoons with no standing meetings. Doesn't mean I won't do meetings, but it's no standing meetings. Everything that's internal is Tuesday to Thursday. And it gives me a lot of flexibility, like how I start my week and how I end my week. And that's really been helpful.
Thank you, Shona. Now, it's so important that we protect our own curiosity and help each other to keep the mental space to pursue our curiosity. Can you talk a bit about how stress can impact that and ways to reduce stress or move forward with our research questions when you feel shut down? And I'd like to start with Malika. On that.
Repeat the middle part, you cut out a little bit.
Can you talk a bit about how stress can impact our okay, let me start from the beginning. Actually, it's a question that comes from the chat. It is so important we protect our own curiosity and help each other keep the mental space to pursue our curiosity. Can you talk a bit about how stress can impact that and what and ways to reduce stress and move forward with our own research questions when you feel shut down?
It was the curiosity. I was like, to pursue what the curiosity was where it clicked out. Okay, I see it in the chat. Absolutely, and that's a brilliant question because we often don't realize how stress is negatively impacting our productivity. Because it's easy to go through the mechanics of doing things, and especially if you have multiple facets of your role. If you're doing teaching, you're doing administration. At this point, for those of us who are advanced in our careers, we could probably teach in our sleep. We've got the syllabus, we got the notes. It's autopilot. But what you don't realize is where you're hurting is on your research. That's where I call it high level thinking. That's where you really need the brain to click in. You need to relax. And I think it's important. That's another reason why you should say, oh my God, I really have to protect my mental headspace. I personally experienced a problem with this earlier this year, and it wasn't so much in terms of stress that contributed to it, but honestly it was COVID. And you hear these people talk about the COVID brain fog situation, and it's like, but I got COVID at the end of last year, and it was over the break, and I was plenty tired, but school was recessed, and I thought, great, at least I have a chance to sleep and rest and everything. And then got over all the symptoms, was like, great, let's hit the ground running. And I'm like, and go, and begin scene. And it was just like, it wasn't firing. And I was just like, and it actually took a couple of weeks for literally the quote brain fog to clear. And then that really got me to thinking about the importance of being able to have time to have, I call it like high level thinking. And Shauna's point is great about the scheduling. Is one thing I learned that helps with that in general is how you schedule your time. And I tell my students this: all time is not the same. Okay, there are two things you need to think about when you do your schedule. Is one, you need to think about when are you at your best. Some people are morning people. I've got this coworker. I know if I turn on my computer at 9 a.m., she done sent me like 13 different emails. She's been working since 5, and she's firing. At the same time, I know I sent her a bunch of emails and I won't hear from her again to the next morning because she's like offline. She's got kids. She's offline at 5 p.m. and I think her husband does drop off and she does pickup. So she's got the mornings to herself and she's on it. And that's when she's at her best. She doesn't schedule meetings. I realize I'm better kind of mid-afternoon, like after lunch. So I will pack my meetings before lunch. I'll pack my scheduled meetings all morning, but like, please give me, like 2 to 5 if I want to write, I need to give me that 3 hours from 2 to 5. Cause that's when I'm at my sharpest. I'm fed, I'm thinking. And so, think about when you do your schedule, give yourself time because it takes time to get into thought. You read a few things like, where did I last leave off? And it takes a little while to get things going. And so when you look at your calendar, I had to learn this and I'm still evolving. Budget your time accordingly. I say the second point I'll say is all time is not good time. Because you might look at your schedule and say, oh, I've got 3 hours on Thursday. Okay, but if one is between your 10 and 11, a break between meetings, and another one is between 2 and 3, and then maybe you have 1 more hour at the end of your day, is that really as good as 3 hours in a row? Probably not. So what should you do? Well, we always have these little nuanced things we have to do, answer some emails, write some letters, and I'm going to chip away at my punch list in them little slot hours. Because then Friday, when I have 3 hours, I don't want to answer emails. I don't want to, edit text or something that's not germane to the research. I see 3 hours in a row and I'm like, ooh, I'm writing. Ooh, I'm going to dig into this research. And so I think you learn over time, like to know when you're best. And, that's what you block off in your calendar and protect for yourself. I stack my meetings on Monday. It's like, many of us dread Mondays. I'm like, Monday, we meet again Monday. So let's just do me. I'm going to do my meetings and I can have them out the way. So then I'm like the reverse. I have the rest of my week to say, okay, let me stack all my meetings on Monday, a little bit more Tuesday morning, but like Thursday, Friday, that's for me. I want to do research. And so, these are things that you'll learn over time and everyone's time is not the same. You're going to figure out what days are you're your best and fight for those.
Thank you. I changed microphone. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Much. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So let's continue our conversation. Darby?
So stress. My advice about this is pretty simple. So many years ago, I recognized that the thing that was causing me stress was deadlines and then the way life would interfere. So for example, if I had a proposal due on Friday, it was guaranteed that one of my children would call in, would get sick on Tuesday. And so I evolved this philosophy that says, don't let the events control you, you control the events. And so, for example, the joke in my research group is we have a big annual abstract deadline on January 11th. Well, in my research group, the deadline is actually December 11th. So everyone has to have their things in a month before. And similarly, I have a colleague with whom I have a very wonderful longstanding relationship. And she, well, it was 20 years ago, she was pregnant. And we had a proposal due like a month after the baby was due. And so we said, let's do something crazy. Let's submit the proposal a month early. And we were like, I don't know if I can do that. I can never do a deadline a month early. But anyway, we started doing that. And since then, she and I now have, 6 proposals funded. We meet every week. We organize our priorities and we set deadlines in advance. So the take-home message from that is you don't let the deadlines control you, you control them. And if you do that, you can take a lot of the predictable stress out of your life. You still can't control when somebody's going to have a stroke or, your child's going to get sick. Those things you can't control, but at least you can control things that make you feel like you at least are somewhat on top of life. So that's my advice there.
It's very interesting you mentioning that, especially when it comes to proposal deadlines. I think we switch interpreter at this point. I remember in the previous life when I was a postdoc, we were all up against a deadline for a proposal submission. And I submitted all 5 of my proposals the day before the deadline, went back to the office and everybody was trying to actually hit the submit button like 3 minutes before the deadline. And I'm like, I just can't live like that. Yes. I can't. And not just that. I mean, when everybody's on the same system, chances are the system's going to crash. but how can you, anyway, so maybe actually at some point we need to think about the culture that we're building within institutions that normalize this kind of behavior, this kind of situation where you're not stressed out. And actually my advisor at the time as a postdoc told me, you cannot, if you're not stressed out at the deadline, you're not a good scientist. And I'm like, or maybe that's not a good advice. So let's move to Shona here.
Thank you. You know, for this question, what I really appreciated was, what do you do when you feel shut down? And I think it's important to pause, kind of sit in that moment, because how do you turn that into a learning opportunity? And even if you feel like it's unjust or it just doesn't feel good, I think sometimes, at least for me, I'm like, okay, how do I do the next thing? How do I fix it? How to resolve it? And this happens to me, even in the work I do now, running an ed tech nonprofit. There's oftentimes when maybe the idea I had or the strategy or the approach that I had, even in a meeting with a person, didn't land well. I have spent time trying to first reflect, be self-reflective on what has gone on, and then a moment to give yourself space and time to rebuild, and then move forward. Because the key is like, not that, to me, if you never get shut down or you don't have something that's challenging, then maybe that's actually not good, right? Like, our hope is that we're really trying to change the world or trying to change the industries we're in different ways. So we're going to come up against challenges. And so my suggestion is, like, take a moment when things like that happen, find people, again, who are sort of your champions, and talk through the issues with them, and start to move toward still pursuing what you would like to do with the context of what's happened. So, like, don't give up. First of all, that's a non-starter, but maybe it's a signal to have a different approach, and having time to talk to others around what you've experienced, what you felt like shouldn't have happened the way it did, can also give you another perspective. I share that because I know I don't always do that, or I haven't done that, especially years ago. And I've learned that it's best to really acknowledge that those are moments for learning. And there's always things that maybe I could have done better. And maybe it's a signal that I do need to take more space and time for myself. A lot might be going on. So yeah, life happens, but hopefully we have people around us, and so that we can move forward after that.
Thank you. Skylar?
Yeah, so I've kind of developed a lot of, coping mechanisms for stress, like, as a woman scientist and as a student. And part of that is like knowing what stress does to you, right? Because like if I have like some insane deadline, or like I'm swamped with work one week, then what that does to me personally is I'll just like sit at my desk and then just like stim in my own anxiety, just like simmer in it, and I'll just like, and like that's no fun, right? Like, and like that's like counterproductive. That is what stress does to me personally. It is a counterproductive thing. And another thing that's like a personal thing is that as a neurodivergent individual, I sometimes get something what's called like executive dysfunction, meaning sometimes I'll focus too much on just one thing, or I'll start spacing out, or I'll have trouble starting difficult or boring tasks. And I know this about myself: stress makes that worse. Like that's another counterproductive thing. Like if I'm like sitting at my computer, like about to start like a really difficult paper or essay that I'm just dreading writing, then like my head will just get immediately distracted by like a notification on my phone, or literally anything else that I would rather be doing. So like I know this about myself: stress is counterproductive. Like, and like the more difficult the task, paradoxically, like the more difficult it is to start. I'd also like to add, I absolutely love the point of not all hours are good hours. Like set aside your own good hours to do your best work. Like, yes, absolutely. Cause I'll know like other students who will just work like all night, all-nighters, they're night owls, they like sleep during the day. And like that's not for me. Like when people invite me to like long hour study sessions, I'm like, I don't know how you do this. I don't know how. I crash at 11 like that, like because I know this about myself. Like I'll leave the good hours for myself, get sleep because I know that I need sleep, and then, you know, do the work while I'm at my peak mental capacity. I guess the best advice that I could possibly give you is know yourself, know your habits, know your strengths and your weaknesses, and don't try to plow through your weaknesses. Like I don't try to like pull an all-nighter if there's a deadline in the morning. I'll just sleep, because if I try to pull an all-nighter, I know that my work is going to be garbage. So I would much rather sleep, work the next day. I'd much rather turn in something good and late than like bad but on time. Because if you turn it in bad, it's just bad forever. So yeah, know yourself, know your habits. Don't try to plow through your weaknesses. Try to work around them. Like I'll leave myself time to have like executive dysfunction plus my actual work. And that is what works best for me. So work around your weaknesses in that way.
Can I
Thank
add
you.
something also to
Yeah,
what
please.
Skylar shared? I think
Yeah.
also like ask for extension or help, you know, like I think sometimes, because you'd be surprised that sometimes we have, yes, sometimes there are deadlines, sometimes there are deadlines by professors, but just like my daughter was feeling overwhelmed, she's 16 and junior high school, she emailed the teacher and said, can I have 2 more days to work on this project because I really want to make it to whatever, and she got it. And so we know that a lot of times, you know, we don't, asking for that can also help you relieve some of that stress. And like you said, Skylar, really prefer to put a good product forward with the work that you're doing. So one thing, the world might be a
Yes,
little more flexible.
absolutely. Yes.
Yes, yes.
1,000 times yes.
Awesome. So the next question that we have has to do with specific resources. So can you talk about what resources are available for people who might want to help out, to seek out help via a therapist? I'm specifically thinking about in relation to paying for it or finding it if you're a student or a young professional, so resources. And I want to add to that Gwen has actually put a really nice link there for Black women who don't have local access, a webpage that is set up to help locate people and have been offering telehealth if no one's in your area. I know we have many students in our call, so I would like to actually start with Skylar. What kind of resources are available for students to ask, to seek out help?
Yes. So I think I can mostly attest to like my own school and like my own environment. And I don't know how different it is in different places. But MIT has something called S cubed, where basically you call in, say, I am absolutely swamped this week. Can I ask for like a letter to give to my professor to ask for like an extension, and you guys can back me up? And that is a program that exists. And I think a good chunk of students have used it before. And so I guess my best advice to you is seek out those equivalent organizations at your school. Seek, and if they don't exist, advocate for their existence. And you know, I am, again, I have an invisible disability. Reach out to disability and access services, organizations like this. You know, some kind of organization must exist at the school. If it doesn't, advocate for its existence.
It's a good point. That's what you need, right? And try to actually make a difference for
Exactly.
the next generation of individuals who will follow you. That's a great point. Thank you, Skylar. Malika, BU, or in general, what kind of resources do we have?
We've got a bunch of resources. We've recently expanded our offerings through behavioral med. In terms of, you know, I think one of the things I notice is, because BU is such a large university, we do have things that are centralized, and then we have many things that are very localized. That people often don't realize what's available to them, meaning that we actually offer a lot, both for disability student services and also behavioral medicine and mental health and wellness and student health. But a lot of our graduate students don't think that they're eligible for that. They think, oh, that's an undergraduate function. And it's like, well, we do have some offices for undergrad, but like the behavioral med unit is for everybody. The disability student services is for all students. And so many of them discount the offerings that are there. So we just actually had a huge resource fair where we had everybody come out to talk about what services they offer to our incoming graduate students, so people could know, who was available and willing, able to serve them. Two other things, we recently started this mindfulness initiative, and I think that's so important because, there's a large gap between I have a diagnosed mental health issue, I'm having some crisis, or I'm just a little bit stressed. And so I'm really glad that we have these mindfulness folks, because I think the central tenet around that activity is, prevention is easier than curing. So if we can actually have some proactive steps and approaches and help students manage their stress in a good fashion, maybe we'll have less people who go into crisis and less people who, need serious help. And so we're really increasing the staff, both at the university level and even in my office, we're adding a person, because we kind of had people on the back end to deal with crisis. But I said, let's actually do programming. Let's hire somebody to do programming and just help people so they don't get to the crisis mode. And so that's kind of the new tenet, like how we're going forward. And moving things around, and also helping students make connections to things that they may not link together. So for example, in our resource here just yesterday, one group that was there was our Fit Rec unit, and they talked about all the offerings of the fitness center, including the dance program. And a lot of people didn't know about the dance program. I myself have participated in it. It's an excellent outlet. Like, when you think about, wellness and mindfulness, you might say, oh, I'll work out, or maybe I'll do some yoga. But then it's like, dance is actually a good outlet as well, for stress and moving around. And so, these are some things that we're really excited that we have for our students and that we're, able to offer. And the other thing I'll just put out there is, don't be afraid to talk to somebody. I mean, your deans are there to help. Those offices have people there to help. I find a lot of times, and sometimes students get upset or disappointed or frustrated. Why don't they do this for me? Why isn't anyone doing this for people like me? 9 times out of 10, you maybe, it's benign neglect. This is actually the first time it came up, and nobody thought about it. And so instead of going and sulking and being like, they don't have anything, this place sucks, contact your dean. Hey, are you aware that there's an absence of resources for students who have X, or can you point me? It's not obvious from your website where resources exist for students who have X. And it may be that it's simply not obvious on the website and they'll give you a referral, or they may say, that's a great point. What do we have for students who have X? Oh, we don't have anything. Hey, what might students who have X need? And so, so having that conversation and, to be collaborative, to say, okay, I need X and I see it doesn't exist. How can you get it to me? An example of that is we have a graduate student. We have graduate students who are refugees. And, that's something that hadn't really come up before. And they said, we noticed that the therapists aren't really equipped with this to deal with this special situation. We found a therapist who's trained to deal with the special situation, but they're not in the network. How do you bring them into the network? And so it's like, wow, that's a great point. So, behind the scenes, we're doing the research to figure out how to get them so they're covered by the plan. But in the interim, we're paying for it until we can figure out how to get it covered by the insurance. But the answer is not going to be no, we're not going to let you have this therapist because it's not covered by your insurance. This is clearly the therapist you need. So we're going to make sure you have that. And now we're thinking maybe you're the student who spoke up. Let's make this a thing and advertise it, because there may be some other students who just quietly went away. They don't offer this, and then they went away. And so I always tell students, like, before you, throw up your hands and get outraged, talk to somebody, because often you may find that they actually share your disappointment and outrage, and they weren't aware of the gap in the coverage. I mean, our schools are big. I have 1,400 students in my college alone, and so you guys are not all the same, and we think we cover all our bases, and then it's like that one student says, well, what about we didn't think of that combination, but how might we best serve that combination, and let's line some stuff up, because schools do have resources and can usually act very quickly.
Cool. Thank you. Darby?
Same advice. I guess I'll speak to more of the people at the other end of the spectrum. So if you're employed in a company, almost all companies have some kind of emergency mental health hotline. I know at Mount Holyoke, you can get 4 free visits and then they will help you find a therapist. And I remember when I started therapy, that's how I found my person. So I would say, you know, the HR people are often the people that, if you're employed somewhere, can help that. And yes, I have to validate your point about people in network and out of network, especially during COVID. Right now, it's extremely hard for people to find therapists who are in network. I know a family member tried to find a therapist and was unable to find someone in network, and the family collectively put forward the money so that she could go forward with the therapy. So, man, it's a tough world, and it's very difficult to find a person who's a good match. But speaking from my own experience, I wish I'd had therapy 20 years before I actually started it. So don't wait, because it's an incredibly healing thing. And as you said at the beginning, there's less social stigma around that now, and it can be a lifesaver.
Thank you, Darby. Shona, for those of us who are not in academia, we don't have access to all those wonderful industry resources.
Yeah, I would say it's Scratch Foundation. I think it's happening now too, where some organizations are saying that mental health days can be sick days. That's a really nice trend. So that's one thing. And then I would echo the same thing around insurance pieces. A lot of folk, if you do have insurance, I know everyone does not, but if you do, I don't know if people know that that is often included in your benefits. So many sessions that you can have for, a year. And talking with your doctor also, I think is important. And even just the regular checkups. I think we often don't recognize that can include discussion around mental health and getting their thoughts about how you can approach it. So again, my daughter's 16 and junior in high school, and it's really been wonderful to work with her pediatrician around her mental health. So in addition to now having counseling, she meets with her pediatrician regularly every couple months, just as a way to check in on how she's doing and thinking about, does she have the resources she needs for her own mental health, especially again, just for data point, even before the pandemic, young folk, at least 40% of them diagnosed or not diagnosed, were suffering from some amount of depression. And now we're talking about going through a global pandemic. It's had a huge impact. So we just have to recognize that that's on everybody, and no matter what communities we're coming from, and look for those resources. I think there could be some other ways. I mean, even health centers, inquiring about that. And in work, this did not take the place of therapy for mental health, but also, look at coaching as a resource too, for helping you navigate career and challenges at work. And that might be also something where work can help you with covering that cost, and giving you some support around just, again, how you continue to grow as a working professional. And in some cases, also dealing with interactions or microaggressions at work as you're continuing to climb as a woman, and how you can be supported in that with a coach, either a leadership coach or executive coach.
Thank you. Dealing with microaggressions at work, we can cover a whole day of conversation at that, but I would like to shift gears a little bit, not too much, because we have a very good question about mentors here. And we all have individuals who make differences in our lives and are still making a difference in our lives. So here's a question. Can you talk about mentoring, how you mentor, how to find a mentor, how to connect with someone? We're talking about specific resources to also help people be good mentors. And also the idea of remembering that what you went through and where you came from, making sure you're reaching your hand back to help others. I find that some people forget that they need to reach back and pull people up, which is an excellent point. So let me start with you, Shona. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about mentors. I often try, you've heard me say this already on this call, but in the session, I often try to elevate the conversation to champions as much as possible, because I really believe champions are folk who really speak for you when you're not in the room. And that's what a lot of women need, people of color need, especially as you're going through your career trajectory. And so I think you find them in different ways. One is in relationships. So I really enjoy building relationships. And in some cases, I have mentors that I've now known for 30 years, and they ran the age spectrum. But then also, I really do try, I don't always have time, I try to make time so that I can build relationships and mentor others or champion others. I'd also be open to your definition of what mentorship looks like or championship looks like. It doesn't have to be every month phone call. It doesn't have to actually be a lot of time commitment, particularly for the person that's doing the mentorship, because it's less of, in some cases, like you need a person with a lot of time. In other cases, you need a person with a lot of influence and have lived enough to like give you really good advice. So even if you talk to them one time a year, and this might be, as Malika said, it might be a dean of college and have that professional conversation. That's so worth it, because maybe when they're going and talking to someone around internship opportunities for the students on the call, or other types of things or co-ops, they remember you as someone that they might want to share that opportunity with, or for that company to share and reach out to. So I would say, have a broad definition of what mentorship and also championship looks like. Be open and build relationships is a first point. Also, it's a lot of times mentorship and championship comes from the person who's the mentor. Like, they're going to choose you. Doesn't mean you shouldn't ask others to be your mentor, but a lot of times it happens without you even knowing it. They've already chosen you because you had a really good conversation with them, or you did something really impactful or thoughtful. And without telling you, they've already decided that they're going to keep you in their wing. So that relationship piece is really important. And as much as it's really important to have mentors and champions who look like you or had similar experience, I wouldn't limit yourself to that. A lot of my career has been guided by, quite frankly, white men who've been very supportive of me or men who've been supportive of me generally in my career, and also women and women of color and Black women. So like it literally have every spectrum of folk who I would say are mentors and champions.
Thank you, Shona. Darby?
So I'll start out by saying something that my mother, who was born in 1930, used to tell me, which is, Darby, if women don't help other women, no one else will. And sadly, even though my mother's died 15 years ago, I think that's still true. I still think that the most effective mentors are people that look like you. And you're right, Shauna, I obviously got great mentoring from, white males. I mean, when I was coming up the pipeline, there was nothing but white males. When I was at MIT, there were no women faculty in the department, so I didn't have any choice. But I have always felt it's an obligation for me. It's something I feel very strongly, that reaching behind and helping people is really an important thing. And I try to instill that in my students too, and set them up in a culture where they also advise people that are behind them, even though they might be in high school. But you're the minute you sort of self-recognize as who you are, and as in some remote way a role model, then I feel like you have an obligation to share the wealth. So for me, I've never said no to anyone that came to me for advice. And you're absolutely right. It's scary because people are looking at you. I mean, as a senior scientist in my career, the younger women are all looking at me, waiting for me to, in my case, it was waiting until I had children. No one in my field who was a woman ever had children until I came along. So I was sort of, it's the obligation of making it look, well, I couldn't make it look easy because it wasn't, but the obligation of being a role model and showing people that it was hard, but that you could survive it, is something that's sort of been a tenet throughout my career. So I don't know, my feeling is that it's really, you get mentorship, you seek out mentorship from anyone, but I think it's particularly important to offer mentorship to people behind you. And in particular, as I said, people that look like you, in my experience, are always the best mentors. And so I've really tried to be that for people.
Yeah, also, we need to remember peer mentorship is really important.
Correct.
I have a group of friends who are my age group, none of which are scientists. We're all young women with different backgrounds and have different challenges. Most of them are in finance. Just fancy that. So we commiserate with each other, we advise each other, we talk to each other, and we stay connected. We're not even in the same city. I'm in Massachusetts, in Cambridge right now. So we just make sure that we support each other, we lift each other, we celebrate each other, very important. And we're there for each other when something does not go as we want it to. Skylar, you talked a little bit about your mentor at the beginning of your introduction. Tell us more.
Right. So yeah, I really want to talk about I've had so many mentors of all different shapes and sizes throughout my academic life. Also, first of all, I would like to say, Shauna, you really hit the nail on the head, I thought. Like, oh my gosh, yes. And I would also like to talk before, oh gosh, what do I want to talk about first? Because I've got like multiple stories that I'd want to share about like different types of mentors. Yeah, I guess the first like mentors, academically that I had were Pat and Grady Boyce from Boyce Astro. That was actually how I met Stella, and how I got involved in the American Association of Variable Star Observers in the first place. Was I was in Boyce Astro and I got to reach out to all of these amazing organizations. So like that is the power of like a great mentor. And also, okay, I want to talk about like different facets of like the many mentors that I've had in different areas, but I want to talk about how mentors don't always have to be, in the academic field that you're going in. They can come from the strangest places. For example, I took a seminar that discussed like abstract concepts such as like consciousness, love, altruism, like abstract human concepts, but in the frame of like neurobiology. Like this topic I had never really studied in depth before at all. I just took the seminar because I was really interested in it, and like I loved the professor so much. He was amazing. It was like a psychiatrist. He was actually an MIT alumni who studied physics and then actually just decided, I don't want to be a physicist, I want to be a psychiatrist instead. Went into psychiatry and became like a professor and came back to like teach a seminar. Loved the class so much. And then he eventually came back and asked me to TA for the seminar. And I'm a TA for that class to this day. And now I have an incredible mentor in something that like I had never like really studied before, but I absolutely adore the subject, and I get a new perspective on my studies and my like general academic and student life because of that. So mentors can be multifaceted. They can be many different things, and they can come from very unexpected places. And also I also kind of want to talk about something completely unrelated to the story I just told, because I was inspired when Stella mentioned peer mentorship. That is basically equally important, I would say, as like, mentors that you look up to as well. In fact, I have a story behind this. I'll try not to make it too long. So basically over the summer, right, I was an intern at a student observatory. There were 6 interns total, me included. 5 of them were ladies. 1 of them was a guy. And over the course of the summer, we started to realize that the guy intern was like a huge workaholic, did like a ton of work for the internship, but he eventually started like crossing boundaries of, oh, he would do other people's work without like, asking. He would just go ahead and do it. And he started like taking control of like a lot of different aspects of the project, kind of just gradually. And like we all started like individually noticing, like as like the other interns in the group started individually noticing, and we all came, like everyone else like came together and said something's a little weird here. And eventually we all got together, wrote up an email to our supervisor, who was extremely responsive and amazing, and handled the situation incredibly well. But my idea is that if I hadn't been surrounded by peers who were, like me, as in who were like women who are in the same situation as me, would I have noticed what was going on? Or would I have had the courage to speak up about it with my supervisor? If I was the only lady intern at the internship, would things have gone differently? So I'd say peer mentorship is incredibly important, I'd say. And as a student, I have a interesting perspective on that. So yeah, those are my multiple stories on the topic of mentorship that are hopefully helpful.
Thank you, Skylar. We're talking about, finding our tribe, right?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Malika?
I like what Skylar said about peer mentors. I mentioned in my talk that people intrinsically think your mentor should be significantly older than you, but you can actually learn a lot from your peers, and I think that's something we also have to normalize, is sharing information. A lot of people, you'd be surprised who knows things, and it's sad when you see somebody struggle with a situation. It's just because they just don't have a piece of information, and so it's important that that as peers we look out for our peers. Now, as a recently promoted, now that I'm at the rank of full professor, I have a couple of junior faculty colleagues who I would say I look out for. When something hits my box, I'm like, FYI, I'm like forwarding emails like, did you know about this program? Did you know about this thing? Did you know, like, FYI? And one is actually a really recent hire, and she's like, I thank you so much for sending me. And I tell them my stance is I'd rather you hear something twice than not hear about it at all. If you already got it, do another source, great. And sometimes like, oh yeah, thanks for bringing this to my attention. I didn't see this. Or one thing was actually something internal to the campus, and they were like, whoa, my chair didn't even share this with me. Like, what's going on? And it was actually an internal award. I'm thinking your chair didn't share with you because they may have decided which other faculty member they were going to put up for this, so they didn't tell you. But you're eligible and you should ask to be nominated. And so I do think that peer mentors and people who aren't are in similar straits can actually be super helpful. I think the other part was like people were asking about where you find mentors. All kinds of places. I mean, I guess there are a lot of formal channels, mentoring programs. I know for STEM, the NIH had a really nice virtual mentor program. I think it's still going on. At least I know it was a couple of years ago. But a lot of organizations may have professional venues for matching people with mentors. But I still hold that the organic relationships tend to be the ones that go. When you get assigned a mentor, sometimes you get good service. But if there's actually a good connection and stuff, then it usually grows and organically and evolves into something bigger or something better. But don't be, again, I said look for help in unusual places. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to ask. You have to just be willing to accept that no is a possible consequence of asking. You expect some no's, but you can make ask and you get yeses too sometimes. So don't be afraid to ask. Like I said, I get asked questions all the time from junior people, especially because I'm very active in the American Chemical Society. I get a lot of questions from junior people about things like awards and fellowships and things from the society, because they go, oh, she's connected, she's involved, she probably knows how to do this. And it's like, yep, I sure do. And I got language already ready too. It's like, oh, you want to put this packet together? Somebody asked me about that years ago. Let me copy paste and send this to you too. So, the worst case, you get silence often, even more often than no's with the academy. We get so much email, your email sits on red. But but if you gotta just get a thick enough skin, be resilient, expect some no's, but know that those yeses you get are so worth chasing after it.
Absolutely right. And if you don't ask, you don't get, right? Another resource that comes to my mind is called MentorNet. This is an online resource that connects individuals for whatever purposes. I have been a mentor there for a while now, and I worked with graduate students, especially those who need a little bit more discipline and close supervision and accountability when it comes to writing their thesis. Because trust me, at least I didn't want to write a thesis. I was over with my research. I knew the answer. I had my papers out. I'm like, why can't I staple them all together? And I had a member of my committee who said, I'm very grateful to her actually, who said, no, writing a thesis builds character. Sit down and do it. And it was the most daunting task ever. I felt that, and I find that there are other individuals who really need this kind of help. So what we're doing is setting weekly appointments and targets for them to reach to the point where they submit the thesis, et cetera, et cetera. So perhaps that is a way for you to find someone who can help you go through a tough time period. I have to tell you, I never met those young ladies in person. But at the same time, I hope I really helped. So we're going to go with another question here on the chat, and being aware that we have 10 more minutes. So with that, I would like to ask, the question is, what advice do you have for maintaining mentor relationships after you've moved on to a new position or program? And I will add to that, or shifted fields, for some of us who actually moved a little bit around. And I will ask you to answer that question and also give us some final thoughts on everything that we discussed today. And I'd like to start with Darby this time.
So I put my response to this actually in the chat because I think it's so important. It's very hard when you're a very busy professional to maintain, at least for me, to maintain mentoring relationships without scheduling it. So I schedule them. I have them on my calendar. I have certain people that I reach out to on a monthly basis. They are staggered. So, but it really helps not to make it sound like, hey, I'm mentoring you and I'm reaching out because it's the first of the month. So I put some suggestions in here. I will reach out with a funny story, or I'll say, I thought of you today because the student did something that reminded me of that. So you don't do it explicitly. You just sort of make these, you just do a casual reach out. It takes me a minute to send out these emails. And then often we have a little back and forth and we feel like we're connected. So I think for me, connections is are really the most important thing. And then, oh boy, final remarks. People are really important. When you're early in your career, you get this mindset that your research is paramount and that you're going to change the world through your research. And my research career has gone pretty well, but I don't think I've changed the world that way. But I know that I will have changed the world by the people I've taught and mentored. And so I think that, in the balance of all the things I have on my plate right now, I've kind of assimilated the idea that interactions with people and helping other people are the most important thing I do professionally after my family and my personal obligations. And so don't be ashamed of that if and it's okay to not feel that way. But for me, people are really important, and don't let the clamors of trying to publish in some famous journal get around the idea that your lasting contribution is really going to be the people that you've changed because of who you are and what you did for them.
People are important. Skylar.
Yeah, so I feel like never be afraid to reach out to one of your mentors. Because whenever I think about a mentor that I haven't talked in a long time, I start getting these thoughts like, oh, will they remember me, or will this just be weird if I reach out. And I mean, if you really think that they won't remember you for whatever reason, just say, hey, I took this class, so-and-so, or I did this internship with you. How are you doing? Or things like that. Take a sentence to reintroduce yourself a little bit, and then that'll probably be enough to jog their memory. Just don't be afraid to reach out. It's totally okay if it takes them a bit of time to respond, because people are really, really busy. But I think the biggest hurdle for contacting mentors after you've kind of moved on, so to speak, from the field or the class or wherever the professor or the mentor from, that's the biggest hurdle. Just reaching out in the first place, thinking it's weird, oh, will they remember me? Just do it. Don't be distracted by that sentiment. All right.
And Skylar, I gotta interject. I love it when students do that.
Yes.
I'm now far enough along in my career that people do that, and occasionally out of the blue, someone will say, gosh, Darby, this changed my life. And, I may not even remember them, but, they'll say, oh, I took your class in 1997 and, blah, blah, blah happened. And that makes my day. So it doesn't even matter if they remember you. It still,
Yes.
it still makes them feel good.
Yes. Like professors are meant, but they don't bite. They're not going to bite your head off. It just contact them. Do it. Don't be afraid.
Cool.
Yes, and they will love it if you reach out to them. And I guess, final words, if I had to like summarize what I've mentioned throughout this panel is, know your own habits and don't fight them. Try to work around them. Know yourself. Surround yourself with people who understand your own experiences. There is power in numbers. And don't be afraid to reach out to other people. Don't be afraid to reach out to your peers, to your mentors. Talk to people. People like it when you talk to them.
Thank you, Skylar. Malika?
Skylar took all the good points. But well, I guess
She's awesome.
if I had to also chime in and say, don't be afraid to prioritize yourself. You matter. You can't, like my grandmother would say, you can't pour from an empty vessel. So, do the things that recharge and replenish yourself is as important as the work that you're trying to do. And so don't lose sight of that.
Thank you. Shona?
Yeah, ditto to everything said. Absolutely reach out to folk because if you don't reach out, they don't know how they could be helpful. So I think that's something we've already said. And I think just acknowledgement, just remember that piece of acknowledgement for yourself, acknowledgement of maybe needing help, acknowledgement of all the hard work you've already done, and acknowledgement that, it makes sense for you and hopefully you will be doing things that are going to cause some challenges because you're not just status quo. And so if you are doing some hard research or you're thinking about what your career is going in terms of pursuing a PhD or higher level of academics or taking on a really challenging job or a larger job, that's a great thing, but just don't do it on your own. Like really think about what is the support needed for you to be successful and always check in with yourself on how things are going. And so relationships matter. I agree with the piece around people matter. And when you think about the change you want to make in the world, it may not be that last paper that you wrote.
It's just a final comment. A couple of years ago, more than a couple of years ago, I remember there was a meme that was going around on Twitter about the physicist, a very famous physicist who died, and on their tombstone they put a QR code with their publication list. And it's true, actually, I checked out the QR code and it was a publication list. And the first thing that came to my mind is that I don't want to be that person. I'm not going to be that person. I'm going to be a person. So thank you all for your advice. Thank you all for this conversation. Thank you all for your wisdom. And thank you all for being here. Malika, Shona, Darby, Skylar, you made a difference just by discussing those challenging issues with us. And thank you all for participating in this panel. Very thoughtful conversations, very interesting points. I think I'm going to go back to Jason. This panel is over for now. And I think we have a couple of announcements before we break for lunch.
Yes, thank you all very much for your time. We greatly appreciate it. It's incredibly valuable. We're going to take a break for lunch. We'll come back at 1. We highly encourage everybody to come back at 1 because we will have the salons where we'll take a lot of the information that we got from this panel and from hearing Malika, and we can discuss it. And that's where we make other differences and try to start making some real world solutions. So please join us again at 1 o'clock, and you'll be we'll come back and then you'll be automatically sent to your salon. So thank you all very much. We greatly appreciate your time, and we'll see you in a little while.
Numbers are Our panel members are 4 women leaders whose careers span several sectors: industry, academia, nonprofit, government contracting, and government. The Mariah Mitchell Association has brought us together to discuss ways in which our work speaks to Mariah Mitchell's legacy of encouraging, supporting, and mentoring women dedicated to the advancement of STEM. Equity means making sure that everyone has the resources they need to succeed, and in this context, to do their job. And equity impacts individual health and outcome, and the team and institutional health and outcome. Building healthy and thriving diverse teams means building environments that embrace and encourage our full selves with our intersectional identities. And those intersectional identities bring different challenges. So we're going to discuss some of the challenges that face women in STEM and solutions required to push past barriers and challenges at the intersection of identity. Mitchell was devoted to hands-on learning for women pursuing exploration of the natural world. And today we hope our stories will offer strategies to build the supportive structures needed to address systemic barriers. Do I have, okay, I'm missing Sandra. So I will start with Dr. Amy Bauer, senior science. I'm going to introduce when she arrives, Sandra Begay, Dr. Amy Bauer, Dorian Price, and Sabina von Sengbusch, and have them each tell you something about how their path intertwines with STEM. And after they share their stories, I have a couple questions prepared, but then we want you asking questions. So please put your questions in the chat. Amy, we're going to start with you. Our next panelist is Dr. Amy Bauer, senior scientist and most recent past chair of the Physical Oceanography Department at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. She has been conducting her research for over 30 years. Go ahead, Amy.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Can you see me and hear me okay?
We absolutely can.
Okay, great, thanks. Well, thank you very much for the invitation to join this panel. I really appreciate it, and I'm really happy to be with you all today. My story starts actually where I happen to be sitting right now. I happen to be visiting my hometown, Rockport, Massachusetts, which is where I grew up. And for those of you not from New England, this is a small coastal town north of Boston. And this is where my love of science and the natural environment was really fostered, in large part thanks to my mother, who loved the outdoors. We spent a lot of time visiting nature reserves, and she would take me frequently to the Boston Museum of Science. I don't know, I just really developed and was infected by her curiosity in the natural world. I also, so as I was growing up, I went to public high school here in Rockport, very small, but there were a couple of teachers who I thought were particularly, in hindsight, and I didn't realize this at the time, were very accessible and for all students, young women and young men equally. One was a math teacher, one was a physics teacher. They happened to be friends themselves and did a lot of collaborative projects together between their classrooms. I also had a small cohort, a peer group of fellow young women students who were all interested in science. I mean, when I say small, I mean small like 6 or 4 or 5, 6. And so we took the advanced science classes together with a few male students as well. But that completely normalized physics, for example, for me as a gender neutral subject. It never occurred to me in high school that traditionally physics had been a male dominated subject. So in my naivete in that regard, I went off to Tufts University as a physics major. There were very few women then, though, when I got to college in the classes. I thought, oh, this is interesting. And but because of my teachers and my parents, I still was like, had no real clue that physics was something that women didn't typically pursue. I was all in, you know. And I remember feeling so shocked in college. I was walking with a fellow student, a young woman, and I was saying I was a physics major, and they were all like, wow, you know, and they said something like, most young women, you know, most women go to college to get their MRS. Now, an MRS, what's that? What degree is that? Well, they meant to find a husband. And I remember, I just tell it always sticks in my mind as I was like, what? You know, I was so incredulous about that. Like, really? You know, and this was, just to give you the context, this was in the late 1970s, early 1980s. So I'm a physical oceanographer at Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, and I got introduced to that field as an undergraduate. I did an off-campus program called Sea Semester, which is also based in Woods Hole, where I now work. And that showed me that there was actually a field of study where I could combine my love of the outdoors and the ocean, where I grew up, with this training in physics and math. But to do more of that and learn more about physical oceanography, I found I had to go to grad school. So I went to University of Rhode Island, Graduate School of Oceanography. While I was there, a couple of years into this super exciting career that I was really jazzed up about, I found out I was diagnosed with a degenerative retinal disease called retinitis pigmentosa, which was going to basically reduce my vision to almost zero over years. And I was personally completely devastated by this news. I didn't know anyone who was blind. I didn't know, and I certainly didn't know any other scientists who were blind at all, nationally or close to home. So I was pretty upset about that. And I decided, well, I really love this field, so let's see what happens. And my attitude has always been not one day at a time. You know, don't try to project too far into the future when my vision might be worse. What would I do? You know, I tried not to do that. Okay, it was I'm not saying I was 100% successful. So that was more than 30 years ago. And so now I have lost most of my vision, actually. But I managed to proceed with my career. I conduct mostly a research career. I don't teach too much in the classroom. But I advise students, postdocs, and I really enjoy public education, especially in ocean science and climate science. And I attribute my success, if that's what I've been, to my parents, who were 100% supportive of my interests in science and STEM. Those high school teachers who were very accessible and didn't think anything of having half a class of students in physics that were women. And also Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution as an employer has been extremely accommodating and provided me accommodations to help me overcome vision loss as I progressed in my career. And I did take advantage of programs like Slow the Clock, tenure clock, because everything takes me longer. Reading takes me longer. For example, programming takes a little bit longer time. I can accomplish it. I just need a little more time. So now, as well as carrying out my research program, I also spend some time on outreach to mostly middle and high school students who are visually impaired or blind, to try to help demonstrate that they too can be a scientist if they have a passion for that, but also try to help them find whatever passion they might have as a writer or a journalist or as a, who knows, a lawyer, who knows what. But to try to, demonstrate just by speaking and meeting with them, that it can be done. So that's my story intertwined with STEM. Thanks.
Thank you, Amy. Speaking of lawyers, our next panelist is Doreen Price, IP counsel for for a U.S. National Laboratory, Brookhaven National Laboratory in New York. She has served in the role of Chief IP Counsel at Brookhaven for over a decade. Doreen?
Well, thank you so much, Gwyneth. And I do want to say also thank you for having me on the panel again this year. I was able to join, I think, the rest of us on this panel the prior 2 years ago in 2020. And it was really a great experience to hear all the speakers then, and as well, you know, the last day and a half for this one too. So definitely appreciate and am honored actually to join everybody in this symposium. But to share a little bit about my background and pathway in science, my interest in science also started out rather young, growing up, beginning with, for example, writing, you know, like a biography on Madame Marie Curie, and then kind of growing from there. After she was my first kind of role model, my parents also always encouraged my sister and brother and I to study and, you know, get involved in math and science. And then in high school, I had my chemistry teacher who was just wonderful. She was rather young herself, in her 20s, and just, you know, thoroughly enjoyed having her as a teacher and getting more involved in the study of chemistry, doing experiments and so that sort of thing. So my interest in chemistry was just completely solidified at that point in high school. So going into college, I knew what I wanted to study, but I didn't really know what I wanted to do with chemistry. So, you know, I think one of the speakers earlier was talking about those goals. Definitely going to college was a goal of mine. It was, again, something my parents and my grandparents always mentioned to my sister and brother and I. I can remember as early as being 5 years old and people tell me, you're going to be going to college. I didn't have a clue what college was, but all I knew is I was going. So, you know, check, get into school, go to classes, study. And this kind of, I guess, introduces in my life where mentors or, you know, people who are influential in, you know, sharing information and guidance in your life are very helpful. Again, neither of my parents finished college, which is why they wanted us children to do so. And so I, you know, again, like I said, didn't know what I wanted to do with chemistry, but I was doing an independent study with my professor, and people had been talking to me about, you know, possibly going into law school because I tend to debate or be argumentative, if you will. And so I knew that was also an interest of mine. Of course, I also was interested in going to medical school. So I was doing prerequisite classes for medical school, but wasn't really keen on working in a hospital all the time, although I was very interested in doing surgery, but you know, ended up opting out of that. But then in this conversation I had with my professor, he introduced me to patent law. I had never heard of patent law. I didn't know anything about it. And as I studied and learned more about it, I was like, this was the perfect match for me. So that began my interest in patent law. And so when I graduated, though, I needed to get a job because I needed to make some money. So I wasn't able to kind of really continue on with my studies. I also was not interested in the PhD route. I kind of saw how the graduate students' lives were, and I kind of knew, like, financially I was not going to make it. So I pursued getting you know, some work experience after graduating. So I was able to get an adjunct faculty position at the local community college, and I was able to get a contract position at DuPont at the time, which was also in the area. And then after that, was able to move into a good full-time position at what was then Procter & Gamble Pharmaceuticals up in upstate New York as a staff scientist. And so in that work, I was basically working in a quality assurance stability group, doing basic analytical methods you know, related to stability. And then I was able to move into a robotics group, which was titled Advanced Technology and Validation, where the validation of those analytical methods we were pursuing basically using robotics. So at that point, I was also, since I was working at P&G, they had educational benefits. And then I was able to then go to school at night and get my master's in industrial engineering. Because one of the other things my professor back in chemistry had shared with me was the idea that if I was going to really pursue patent law, that I should have a diverse scientific and engineering background. So that's when I went, like I said, back to grad school and pursued industrial engineering to, again, check off the goals. And at this point, these are my goals, which was a bit of a transition for me at that time in my life. You know, like I said, all the time before I was doing what I was told. And this was the first time I was kind of segueing off and doing what I wanted to do. So that was a pivotal time in my life, and it was, you know, very refreshing. So after I got my master's in industrial engineering, I thought, okay, now's the time. I've got some financial support, you know, reserve there. And I was like, you know what, I'm just going to quit the job and I'm going to go to law school full time. And so I was fortunate to be accepted at Albany Law School, also in upstate New York, and go to law school and have the full experience that I wanted, which was another goal. So that was another good thing in my life. And then afterwards, just basically getting into patent law was a little bit tricky. One of the things I did in law school, kind of again along the lines of diversity, but from a professional standpoint, since I knew going into law school I was really just going to become a patent attorney, but I wanted to make sure. So while I was in law school and had the opportunity, I did explore opportunities in environmental law, and kind of actually got engaged in that probably a little bit more than I should have. And so kind of moving out of environmental law and into patent law actually became a little bit challenging, because more and more people saw my experience in environmental law and were kind of like, well, why are you going to do patent law? And it's like, oh, this is what I really wanted to do. So, that's another, thing to consider as you're, going along the steps on the path of your journey and building your career. But all in all, it's turned out quite well. I worked for a law firm for a couple of years before returning to in-house work as in-house counsel. I worked for a cosmetics company here on Long Island, Estee Lauder, for almost 10 years. And then I joined Brookhaven National Laboratory, where I have now been for about 15 years, and primarily now in the role of the Chief Intellectual Property Counsel. So that's been kind of my path and my story, and I look forward again to participating on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final panelist is Sabine von Sengbusch, former Vice President of Clinical Affairs and Labeling at Siemens Healthineers Diagnostics. She was with Siemens for more than 31 years, now retired and consulting. I'll turn it over to Sabine.
Thank you very much, Gwyneth. As before in the salon, let me do a quick audio check, because we're in a stormy area today and I see the lights flickering. Can you hear me okay? Can somebody give me some yes or no?
We can hear you. It's a little, I don't know if you can adjust the volume a little. It's a little warehousey or something.
Yeah, that's unfortunately
okay.
an environment with
we'll deal with it. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's just jump right in. Gwyneth said I retired recently. I've spent the last 4 months on our boat to explore what I couldn't explore for the last 31 years of my life, which is really spend a lot more time on the water. And I'm in a little marina in the middle of Maine, hoping that the storm is not going to be too bad. So that's why the somewhat noisy background. Apologies for that. Let me go into a little bit less about what I studied, what I did, but more so about the corporate life. And I do want to say to the ladies that I met at the salon earlier, I was in awe. I come from a family of natural scientists. My father actually was an astrophysicist, and whenever he speaks, I just bow down because I don't understand anything. My grandfather was a biologist. Most of the family on my father's side is in math, natural scientist related fields, and I did not do that. I went into political science actually after I'd thrown out the window the idea of becoming a boat builder. And really studied political science and a couple of languages with no real idea what I was going to do with it. But I wanted to go to college. I wanted to at least have good education. And then when I was done with that and actually had a master in political sciences, all of this in Germany. I was told by a very smart uncle of mine that if I wanted to go into a corporate career, I could do that from my personality and the I guess somewhat of my intellectual abilities. But I would have to get an internship somewhere to show that I actually had an interest in the corporate world. And I got myself an internship at the company that I ended up working for 31 years plus. Obviously, as a political scientist, you don't go into an engineering field right away, or a natural scientist field right away. You go into what we called corporate communications at the time. So that's where I did an internship. After a few months, got offered a permanent contract, which is the way how things work in Germany. You actually have a contract to work. You're not an employee at will. And I worked at their headquarters in corporate communications for about 7 years. And then I was really tired, which is kind of, in a way, ironic, by the politics. As a political scientist, I was really gotten tired of the politics at the headquarters in Munich. And I found myself a job as far away as possible at the time from Munich. I went to Seattle to join in the marketing field, to join our ultrasound business. And that was really the first time when I heard things like, what do you think you're doing here? You don't know the technology, you don't know the intricacy of ultrasound as a medical device. So what do you think you can contribute? It was really for me a little bit of a wake-up call, what it means to be in a field that you don't have the education for. And while this was happening, I also felt very lonely and a little bit lost. And so I decided to at least have some other thing that I could do outside of regular work. So I applied for an executive MBA program at the University of Washington in Seattle, got in, and that then became sort of my second occupation for the next 2 years. Ended up with an MBA, and then I was supposed to go back to Germany, and I really didn't want that. I wanted to explore staying away from the German work environment, which is considered very traditional and conservative. And I got offered a position in New York at the headquarters of Siemens at the time for the US. And then that's when I started to really switch fields, which I did for the next, I want to say 10 years. So I did for a while, I did strategic account management, so sales in essence. Then I did for about 3 or 4 years, I went into project management, got a certification in project management as well. Then that position was basically eliminated, and I didn't really want to leave the company, so I ended up going into corporate audit. And in that position, I reviewed basically worldwide various businesses of ours, and I got to understand the company a lot better than I had before. And once I was done with that, I was able to get a position at the diagnostics business, laboratory diagnostics. For most of you probably know this from recent COVID tests. If you don't know it for any other way, it's in essence any sort of blood, tissue, or other test of bodily fluids to determine for certain diseases or other states. Worked there for a while in project management, and then all of a sudden I got offered the position to lead validation and clinical affairs. And I said, well, how would I do that? I don't really understand the biochemistry or what happens in lab diagnostics from a scientific side. And the person who hired me at the time, he said, well, what I need is not another scientist. I have plenty of those, but I want your leadership capabilities, and I want somebody who can communicate and focus on culture. And he obviously didn't want to imply that people that are scientists can't do that, but he looked for me for specific things that I would bring to the table that he didn't have as part of his team. And he said, you can learn the level of science you need, but I would like to have somebody that I can put in here that can give the team a different focus. And that's what I did for the last probably 7 or 8 years. And then during COVID, it became just apparent to me that at some point you need to get a life, and you can't, at least I wasn't able to focus on the work, 18 hours a day, 7 days a week anymore, which was basically what we had to do during COVID. And so I worked with my boss on transition and creation of a new department, and then retired last May. And now I'm very happily sailing with my wife of the last 10 years, the waters of Maine. We're getting ready to put our boat up on the Heart and figure out what we're going to do for the winter. And that's my story. I hope I didn't go too long with it.
That's perfect. Thank you. I'll just briefly introduce myself, Gwyneth Packard. I'm a senior engineer at the Woods Hole Oceanographic, where Amy works. I work in autonomy for underwater robotics for ocean exploration. And in the last salon, we were talking about how a lot of us end up doing DEI work as sort of a survival skill, a technique. We end up doing this work even though it's not our primary discipline, and it is its own discipline, and we end up just being asked to sort of pick it up. And we were talking about where to get scholarly research, where to invest in that discipline if you choose to pick it up. And then Sabina, you were just talking about leadership skills, and they are their own skill set. And I had a very similar conversation with one of my recent bosses, who was encouraging me to get more program management experience. And that's something that in our department typically is, again, sort of, a housekeeping thing that you sort of pick up on your way while you're doing your quote real work, but it's its own discipline. It's a skill set. There are certificates you can learn. And I want to bring that up for the audience, for anyone who hasn't run into this yet, that developing those skill sets is a really valuable part of any sector that you're going to go in, whether it be academia, trying to run your own programs, or industry, government. I don't know if any of you, this is new, we didn't talk about this. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that before I move on to the questions we talked about, or anything from the audience. I don't see any hands raised. Okay, well, we can, we talked about focusing today's conversation on ways that we can not only survive, but thrive in STEM. And with Mariah's legacy of teaching women, we wanted today's conversation to expand to solutions beyond women in science, to anyone who feels that they're not seen as the default scientist or engineer. So I'm going to start with Amy again, with what helps you personally to thrive in professional spaces when you experience isolation or exclusion.
Yeah, thanks, Gwyneth. I have experienced isolation and exclusion, I would say, on two fronts, because I am identify as a woman in a very male, well, what has been traditionally a male-dominated field of physical oceanography, but even more so as a blind scientist. I mean, even I felt even more of a minority. And that's probably what I'm going to focus on in my thoughts about this question. As far as how to thrive as a woman in a male-dominated field, I did just take every opportunity there was to meet with female peers. There was an ombudsperson at our institution who, for a while, when the number of women was very low, would get us together for coffees, once a month. And I just was like, okay, I gotta go. And I learned a lot from the women who had blazed trails before me, from those casual and informal settings. As a little bit different, as a blind scientist, talk about being like a minority of one out of hundreds. It was really, I don't know what to say, it's tough, I guess. And what helped me to thrive the most, though, was that I had to be open about what I needed. I say that, but I don't want you to get the impression that it was easy, or that it would be easy for you if you were in a similar situation, or if you are in a similar situation. It is not easy. And it has taken me a long time. And even today, sometimes I lack the full courage that I wish I had to speak up about what I need, even at this senior level. Now, 35 years into this career, and it still can be difficult and challenging. But especially when I was meeting new people, though, or in a new committee or a new environment with peers or other fellow scientists or students or postdocs that I had not met before, didn't know me, I just have to be upfront. Well, I don't have to be, but I find that is the path that leads most quickly to feeling included and being included in conversations, and it removes any awkwardness, hopefully, that others might feel, not knowing how to, address me or how to interact with me or anything like that. I try to be as upfront as possible about that. And asking for accommodations as well of my employer or even people around me, like, hey, you going to coffee? Can I follow you, to the coffee break at the conference? So those are a couple of strategies.
Thank you. That's great. Yeah, we were talking earlier in the salon about taking every opportunity to provide room for collisions, to provide room for your needs and someone else's skills to meet, because not every one of those interactions that you ask for is going to get you something you can identify, but pursuing all of them, because you never know what's going to come, is really sound advice. Sabina, would you like to address this? What helped you personally to thrive in professional spaces when you experience isolation or exclusion?
Well, I think it goes. I really appreciate what Amy said, because the being out there, being straightforward with needs or in your case, Amy, with being blind or legally blind, I think that's the hardest challenge for many of us that experience this being somewhat different, is to just talk about it and to it goes both ways. On one side, it's for us. I myself identify as a lesbian, which I wasn't out until the last 10 years of my corporate life. And also the fact, and this may sound silly for some of you, but also the fact that I have to be very open about the fact that I don't know much scientifically, technically, about the area that I was in. And being able to be open and honest about both of these things is something that changed my ability to have a successful career, but it also made it easier for people I worked with, and it made it easier for me myself to create an environment where people would feel comfortable to actually talk about the things that either, I don't know, make them different, make them feel not included, make them feel unhappy, and to try to give to my colleagues, my team members, even my superiors, the ability to have open conversations with me and others. And I think it's incredibly difficult, or it feels incredibly difficult at the moment. I think many of us just don't want to talk about the things that makes us different. We just want to talk about the things that makes us the same. And that's then a harder path for people to really create an inclusive environment. Since I'm talking a little bit to a blind screen, I just turned the video off so that I don't have any interruptions with the audio. It's even harder because I don't even see any feedback right now. But I think that's sort of my message is be open if you can, be open about yourself and what affects you, what is important for you. And also create an environment, try to create an environment where people feel comfortable do the same with you.
Yeah, and I liked what Amy said, that it's not easy. I like that we're acknowledging that and putting it out there, because sometimes, we compare our insides to other people's outsides. And when we make these requests, we might have steeled ourselves up for hours or days, and then we try to have the most even tone or something, and you make your request and somebody else sees that and they're like, gosh, they're fearless, and they have no idea how much you've stressed about expressing this need. It's not always easy. And Doreen, your thoughts on this question?
Sure. No, I 100%, as they say, agree on how it's not easy. And in fact, when I thought about this question, the word that stood out to me was the thrive. And I personally don't feel that I necessarily thrive personally. In professional spaces, with respect to isolation, especially, and even more so over the past 2 years, with the pandemic and probably more intensely in the 2020 timeframe. So I think it's gotten better as we've progressed through that period for all of us as a society. But interestingly, I was actually, again, thinking about this question, and the lab has a press release on a new internship that we had this past summer in our legal department with Dillard University. And we had a student come in from that university as an intern, and one of the pre-law advisors from Dillard had made some comments, and we also had some American Bar Association statistics in this press release about the legal profession in 2020. And it was actually really sobering for me, because I feel like, some things have progressed, and we've talked and we've heard a little bit about how, even in my time when I was in grad school doing engineering, I was one of 2 women in a class of, 15 or 20 men. And I felt like things have evolved over the years. You mentioned as well, Gwen, counting the number of women in the room when you go to a conference. And I feel like I've evolved past that, where I kind of don't do that anymore. But then I saw these statistics where they said in 2020, 86% of all lawyers were non-Hispanic whites. Completely shocking to me. 37% were women, therefore, and 5% were African American. And I'm a patent attorney, so we have to actually take 2 bar exams, to practice patent law. So I imagine and dare say that in the world of patent law, that the statistics are even lower with respect to women and with respect to African American women on top of that. So feeling isolated is, I think, something I've had to cope with or survive rather than thrive. It's been something that I've just kind of had to, again, to cope, kind of accept in my life, work through in my life. But again, some of the tools that we've heard, your family, your friends, that support, the network, and if you have to, therapy, all of that, certainly I, again, 100% agree with. And then also, one of the other kind of concepts that I heard. I think it was in Nicole's segment where she said, it's not just me, right? That realization. And, you know, again, fortunately, we do have this symposium and other forums where we can come together and then, you know, become more aware of, oh, yeah, no, I went through that too. It's not just me. So I think that's been very helpful for me. And I have to say, this is just in the past couple of years to dispel that notion that, you know, of that feeling of isolation, and it is not just me. So I think those are some of the ways personally I have, and it is an ongoing challenge. And again, back to, you know, what you, Amy, and Gwyneth were echoing, it is not easy because there is, I think, a degree of internalizing, you know, and thinking that, oh, there's something wrong with me, or I need to do something different or do something better. You know, and again, getting to the point of accepting it is okay. You know, we all do get to be who we are and put forward the best foot and contribute the most value that we have to offer, and have it accepted and be part of the greater good that goes on in the worlds that we work in.
Thank you. Amy has chimed into the chat saying, I'm thinking about this question. I don't know, Amy, would you like to say it yourself? I don't need to read your comment.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I just, what the others have said has resonated with me as well, that when I read the question that you sent, Gwyneth, in advance, you know, what has helped you to thrive? And I'm like, am I thriving? I really, I took pause there, you know, and I too feel like, well, I don't know if I've always felt like I've thrived, but I've survived. That definitely resonated with me. And I still, you know, to this day, there's something else you said, Gwyneth, in your preparatory remarks about, you know, feeling included as your whole self. You know, I was like, geez, do I feel that way? I'm not sure, but it was very thought-provoking. What would that feel like?
Let me ask you this. Have you ever felt that way in a professional setting? And that, for me, the first time I felt that way was at the 2018 Mariah Mitchell Symposium. And I had not until then ever felt that way at the office. And since then, I actually have. And so I often feel like I'm drowning, metaphorically, not literally, at the office. But there was a thing that happened at the 2018. I mentioned this in the breakout. There was somebody who I ran into at the coffee. We were talking, hadn't met her before. We were talking about physics, and then I noticed her shoes were a kind of shoes that I also had and really liked. And I mentioned them, and we talked about that. And then we started talking about physics again. And it was not something I felt I could do at work, where once I became the person who would talk about shoes, I might be moved over into a box where that's all I could talk about with that person, and that person wouldn't ask me about math anymore. And then other people I could talk to about math, but better not talk about shoes, right? And so I felt like I was my whole entire self in that encounter, and then afterward went back to Woods Hole, and just this year was getting to work on a team. And something about our team dynamic and the way we celebrated each other's wins, being able to finish a cool piece of code and get an actual high five from somebody who recognized how cool it was to finish that piece of code, has been really uplifting. And that's new for me. And I'm, you know, going to be 54 next month, and I'm just getting there to where I feel like I thrived this year a little bit. And so, yeah, Sabine, you have your hand up. Would you like to continue this? I don't have your sound yet. You're off mute.
Okay, I'm off mute now fully. Yep. There you go, double mute. I was following what some of the comments in the chat as well, and I appreciate what both Haley and Sherry said regarding what is it really that is success and what is thriving. Because to me, for me, thriving and success and everything that came with when I said, you know, I've been so much more successful since I came out and yada, yada. But I realized over the last 2 years that even that was taking so much out of me that I just could not fathom myself doing this for another 10 years. And I think I can, I think I can leave the corporate environment, figure out whether there's going to be something else for me. I would say by every measure of success, I've been successful. But is that really what I was meant to be and what I was meant to do? I don't know. I feel as successful with what I'm doing now that can just be fixing a stupid valve on the boat. And I think that's an area where in many fields, Gwyneth, I liked how you described it, just to celebrate what is really important to you and not what is considered success or thriving or something by an outside world. We really don't do that enough, that we create our own measure, I would say, of what is it that makes me happy and what is it that I really thrive in. It may just be for a year or two.
Thank you. Sandra, you've arrived and I'd like to introduce you. Hello.
Hi, my apologies for being late. I did hear yesterday's talk, so I've had some background on the discussions that I've had, people have had yesterday.
Wonderful. Well, let me formally introduce you. Our last panelist today is Sandra Begay, a member of the Navajo Nation and trustee regent for the University of New Mexico, currently working at Sandia National Laboratories as a researcher. Would you like to introduce yourself for a few minutes?
Sure, I won't take too much time. I am Sandra Begay. I was born for a tribal leader. My dad was a leader for all of his career. My mom was a public health nurse for the Indian Health Service. So I think that's important to know because that history of my family is really important to what I do today, service oriented and really becoming a leader where I can and where I have maybe a good thought to give in different forums with communities or academia or in my research. I've been very successful in having a wonderful 20-year career focused in on tribal renewable energy development. And I've also had a great tenure, almost 10 years with the University of New Mexico as a trustee or regent. Just so you know, I've been an engineer for 30 years. I've seen a lot of things that were discussed yesterday, lots of stories I could tell, but I'd love to just answer the questions with the panelists. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Our first question from the chat is, as women in STEM, how can we be allies to other underrepresented groups? How can we use what we've learned as women in STEM to create an overall more inclusive environment? And Doreen, I'll start with you.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, I think one of the ways is being available and open to sharing your stories or even listening to the stories of others when they're willing to be open and share that with you. You know, a lot of times people coming along, may seek you out. Again, we've talked about mentoring and that aspect or role that we take on because we do have experiences that I think can be informative and insightful for people coming up, the generations coming up. So yeah, whenever anybody is interested or willing to talk, I'm always absolutely available and share, thoughts that I have about ways that can assist them. A lot of the things actually that have been shared here on the symposium in the past day and a half, networking, relationship building, forming those allies, whatever space or, a technical field that you're working in. I think all of those things are very helpful. But I think mentoring is a big aspect, and then the other thing too is if your organization or the space that you're working in has what we refer to as those employee resource groups, or if you're at a university, sometimes there are clubs, and other types of organizations that you can join. But seeking out, I think, all the resources that are available to a person for whatever issue they may be tackling is helpful. So those are some of the thoughts that I would have.
Thank you. Sandra, would you like to comment?
Sure, I would say really try not to isolate yourself. You may be one of the only, but whatever category you think you're the one and only. You need to look for those mentors, even if they're with a male white colleague. I've had some great mentors in my early career because there were just no women of color doing what I'm doing. So I reached out to a few of the gentlemen who were very kind and helpful, and I'm grateful for that. I've not always had that experience, but you really need to not do things by yourself. I learned that the hard way in graduate school, a very unpleasant experience because I couldn't find a study group that I could be a part of. And it was totally the opposite of undergraduate. I had my cohort, which I learned all these terms for. It's like my buddies that we did homework with, and they were much alike me. And so you can have various experiences. They can be good or bad, and try to learn from that, but really try not to isolate yourself and try to get involved with something so that it's not always about the work, but it's also growing as a person.
Thank you. Amy?
Yeah, I guess I mentioned in my intro already about working with young people who identify similarly to as I do, who are blind or visually impaired. And I found that very gratifying myself and hopefully helpful to them as well, because you really, I feel like these young people need role models and mentoring early on, because your thoughts about what you want to do with your life, right, are starting to develop in junior high school, senior high school, and beyond. But that's why I work with that group, sort of high school, where science interests are just starting to maybe emerge, and kids are thinking about what they want to do.
Yeah, we talked in one of the earlier, one of the speakers addressed this idea of helping young girls and anybody who's felt excluded to really own their curiosity and their interest in science as a part of them. Because so often when we express it early, it can be shut down, even just by a very offhand comment of why do you want to know that. And just those, there's so many forces sort of negating our curiosity. We have to really protect our curiosity. Sabina, would you like to address this question before we move on?
Yeah, just maybe a couple of thoughts from the LGBTQ angle. What we often say is, coming out is a very personal decision. For me, it was not only that I wanted to be who I was, but I also realized that I could, by being out, by being clear about who I was, I could help others and be visible at the level of career that I was, be visible as somebody that can be successful, as I said, in the traditional sense of the word, and thereby help potentially others. So this is a slightly unique perspective, but I have talked about that. So I was co-chair of our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Council for the last few years in my career, and a lot of what we discussed was how can we raise the visibility of members of minorities as part of the company, and showcase, for lack of a better word, their path and what made them successful. And it was amazing in how many different areas, not just LGBTQ, but others, how difficult it was to find successful higher level executives wanting to talk about them being a minority rather than them being extremely successful just by, you know, their know-how, their leadership capabilities or whatnot, to get that level of visibility. But without visibility of somebody who made it, and somebody who was very successful and is part of a minority, it is extremely difficult to show others, I believe, to show others that there is a path, that you can overcome a lot of these difficulties. And so I think a big part of that is a certain level of responsibility of people that have that sense that they can be open about who they are, and then show and help others just by being visible in their environment, that a good career path, a very successful career path, and again, I'm looking at this from a corporate perspective, can be possible.
Thank you. We have another question from the chat. Finding ways to, quote, collide, end quote, with others who share one or more of our identities is a great strategy. And while we're putting energy into supporting and finding each other, others whose identities automatically fit them in are doing more of their research and just going about feeling fine. So how can this work effort be recognized and rewarded? And I will add myself, how have you seen it being rewarded either in your institutions or at other places you've seen? Amy, can we start with you?
Yeah, sure. I completely see this point. I put in my notes somewhere about having to spend so much time just getting to the starting line. That's where I think my thoughts intersect with this question, is all this effort just to be able to read the document that was just handed to me and which everybody else can just pick up and read. And while everyone else is reading it and thinking ahead to the subject matter, I'm still saying, hey, can somebody send me an accessible copy? I can't read it. And it's a drag, I have to say. And how, I can't think of a way that effort on my part that I have to spend to get to the starting line could be rewarded or acknowledged. I can't think of a way to do that. In order to accommodate myself, I asked for an extended tenure clock, to give me that extra time. And that was granted instantly, no question, thankfully. So in that sense, I guess I was rewarded eventually for the extra effort, but not on the same time scale as people who are not visually impaired, so maybe someone else, one of the other panelists, has some insight.
Doreen, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, actually along the lines with what you experience, Amy, I'm wondering if the extra time that you need to, like you said, get to the start, is it ever your experience that, with people just read automatically and they start their wheels turning and thinking about the fact that you have, taken time to get even to read? Do you have the opportunity, or have you ever seen having the opportunity to have other thoughts, or, think in ways that people who just automatically read it and start going might not pick up or have those types of thoughts? So that's one thing I was thinking, like sometimes, we're coming from different spaces and identities, and there's a group that everybody fits in and they're all, hunky-dory. And then, there's other people, on the outside of that. But sometimes I think, that's what diversity, that's where the value of diversity can come into play. And maybe that's part of the reward. But then other ways of rewarding is just being able to, realize, for the folks that are reading right off the bat, realize we need to take whatever X amount of time, right, to come back together after you, Amy, have had time to do this. Or, for different types of groups to say, let's come together and realize we're coming from different backgrounds and we have different insights because of our different experiences, and have that shared around, as opposed to just focusing in immediately on the collective group that have the shared identity, and realize, oh yeah, we have this other person who that maybe hasn't spoken for whatever reason, and invite them in. I think one of the things we've seen too is the notion of, I think, Gwyneth, is one of your notes, like the in-group and the out-group. We both have responsibility, right, to create inclusion and create the connections and the communications and the collisions even that you were speaking of.
Yeah, I will agree in one respect there that the sometimes because they're waiting for me to get to the starting line, it does cause everyone else to slow down and think instead of just jumping in automatically. It's like, and I ask for documents ahead of time, as I don't want to get too much into my own situation, but I ask for documents ahead of time so I can study them ahead of time, because I can't read with a screen reader on the fly while other people are talking. And I think that's probably a benefit to everybody, to get documents ahead of a meeting so they can be better prepared.
Right.
And we actually have follow-on comments from the questioner. How do we redefine what it means to be successful, and to redefine that to mean supporting and uplifting all scientists of all identities, collaborating, cooperating, and how we change the culture so that folks like Dr. Bauer are not the one asking. And I think that goes back to other things we've talked about in the past about the health of the entire institution or the health of the entire team. And perhaps it's not rewarding specifically, Amy, that you require the documents ahead of time, or the time it takes you to get to the starting line, so to speak, but what everyone else is doing, and are they only focusing on the content, or are they focusing on the health of the team? Sabine, you had your hand raised at one point. No? Okay.
I just gave a thumbs up to what Doreen was saying.
All right. Sandra, would you like to comment on this?
Sure. I think that's what's difficult, is that each person has to define what they think is success. I have been a manager only a few times in my career, but I have really thought of myself as a leader, where it is not like a management chain position. People at Sandia Labs know I'm really blunt. I said, I've never wanted to become a manager because it would make me look old. Because I've seen my colleagues who started the same time I did, they have aged so much. Their hair is so gray. Maybe they've earned it and that's what they wanted, but I don't really want that kind of stress. But I can do things as an individual contributor, which I think is rewarding, to be able to do things that I'm able to do and run with, and then get people to help and support. But I'm also a good team member when necessary. So it's that in itself is success, is that you got to be also flexible. And maybe that success is being able to flex into different situations and just try to be a contributor. I think it's important for people to see women in STEM, women of color in STEM, because there's just not that many. The number I know is I'm 1 out of 13,000 US engineers, and Native American women, they're just not very many. And so instead of feeling, like I said, isolated, I've now become unique. I have wonderful opportunities. I have a voice that many people may have never heard. I've heard people say, I thought there were no more American Indians. I thought we wiped them out. It's like, oh no, we're thriving. We've got 574 tribes. So to me, that may be even a success, is having the population still be alive and thriving in the United States. That's a whole different thought about success.
Wonderful, thank you. Samina, do you want to comment on this before we move on?
I hope I'm going to be brief. For me, what I realized over time was that what was important for me was the feedback from the people. It was mostly about motivating people, seeing the next generation of leaders develop, and being able to create a culture where I felt it's a good working environment. And when I retired, actually, it's almost sad that was really the confirmation of that I had succeeded in what I was striving to do, because that was the feedback that I got when I announced my retirement, was that is exactly what they're missing. So I do believe that it is a very personal discovery, I think, path of discovery. What is important for you? What is success for you? And I really only realized very late into my career that I was actually successful with what I was trying to do. So very much also agree with what Sandra was saying there.
Thank you. Don't turn off your mic. I'm going to start with you this time. I've ended with you the last couple of times. We're going to go back to our prepared questions. There has traditionally been a very narrow definition of what a, quote, real scientist or STEM professional looks like, and that continues to create barriers to full participation and specifically to belonging. So in our panel at the last symposium, we discussed belonging and how uncommon it is to feel the sensation, and we talked about it at the beginning of this session, that your whole self belongs in the professional settings that we navigate. So 2 questions. Your thoughts on how you have seen a sense of belonging impact team or departmental effectiveness, and what measures you have seen being effective at lowering barriers and facilitating full participation from minoritized or out groups. So Sabina, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I always say, belonging in the STEM environment always started with actually being accepted as somebody that could understand science. And again, I don't want to come off as somebody who felt neglected or anything like that over the course of her career, but not being part of an engineering or natural scientist field for me did create the sensation of being an outsider. And I think it took me a long time to figure out that other qualities can be important as well, especially when you come from Germany, where being educated in your field is the only thing that counts. It's very, very difficult to have to step into a career from the side, as I did throughout the majority of my career. And now I totally got off track with the question. So one of the things that we did in my teams was really to have dedicated discussions with especially employees or team members that came from a non-traditional path. We had somebody that had a psychology degree becoming an extremely successful manager in clinical affairs, doing basically clinical trials. And we also had one employee that I just admired for her optimism, for her people skills, for her dedication to her work, who was struggling because she didn't have a science degree. And didn't have the means or the measures to pursue that degree because of, being a single mom, just having, it's extremely difficult to do that on the side, as many of you know. And so we had many discussions with her specifically around the topic, how can we help you further what you want to do, whatever it may be, in that environment that you're in. It takes a lot of time to get that sort of understanding of where people are in their life, but it really starts with sharing your own story and taking the time to listen where people want to go and what barriers they may face.
Thank you. Sandra? And then we'll go to Amy. And then
Yeah, it's interesting to think about belonging, is that when you're such a small minority, you'll always be unique and one of only. And so instead of thinking that way, I had to turn that over in my head. And my work was finally accepted at Sandia as research as far as American Indians and renewable energy. And it started out small and it grew. Now I'm known as a subject matter expert. So belonging is my work. I had to help it belong at my workplace because it was much needed, and I found a sponsor. It was recognized, but I was doing that by myself. So I've had 20 years of success in having an internship program that I created because I didn't want to be by myself. And I wanted students that look like me and were growing up from an American Indian household to feel like they belonged because they belonged in my team and I would nurture them. And so over 20 years, I've hired interns, and I did that because I worked within a system that interns are very inexpensive. And so it wasn't a risk for my management to take. I was the one that created it and then nurtured. And over these 20 years, I've had 49 interns that are American Indian students and researchers, one Alaska Native. And I like that they felt like they belonged because they were a part of my team. And they've been successful in taking the philosophy of, can you use this in academia? Can you use this in nonprofit? Can you work for the federal government? So they created their own belonging because of the work and their uniqueness. So sometimes we have to think outside the box of where we are to create something very new, to be able to have that sense that they do belong in this work, and it's much needed.
Thank you. Amy?
Yeah, this is a very practical observation on my part related to this question. I was co-leading a workshop of about 60 or 70 people in August. And I realized after a while that the discussion around the table, around the round table, was being dominated by 4, 5, 6 men who were in the in-group. They had been working in this area of research for quite a while. They knew all the players. And I realized, like, okay, this is not good. Here, there were a bunch of young scientists, many of them women, sitting around the outskirts of the table, who weren't saying a word, you know, and I went, okay, this is bad. This is not good. And I, myself and another senior woman who would happen to be there, we spoke up at the meeting and said, okay, this is bad. The demographics are not good here. We didn't say right out, like, you guys are talking too much. But I was able to put my finger on one practical solution, which was a glossary. It turns out that in this particular research area, and this particular grant program, there was a lot of acronyms. And if you were in the in-group, they're just tossing the acronyms around, like JIP that and this and that and this. And the junior folks and the early career researchers in the room are like, huh? What are all these mean? And the senior in-group wasn't taking the time to define what all these acronyms were. So I stood up, I said, okay, one of the first things we're going to do in this grand project here is we're going to make a glossary. You know, and I called it, I said, without that, it's a barrier to inclusion. You know, if we don't even have a common language. So let's get it together, people, and make a glossary of terms, basically. So it's a very, very, I don't know, simplistic or practical thought on this question.
No, it's very, very practical. I remember the first Navy meeting I went to, everything was acronyms. And I filled up the back page of my program with acronyms to go ask someone about it. And I found that some of the Navy people didn't even know what the acronyms were. They could tell me not what it stood for, but like when we say that, we're talking about, you know, a particular kind of telephone call. They had an acronym for a particular kind of conference call that they
Right.
Whatever. And it was a barrier to inclusion. I felt like it was another language and that I hadn't understood the entire first morning. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Doreen, could you address this question about teams and the impact of belonging?
Yeah, so I think, again, I might have a unique or different experience, like as, for example, as a mixed race person, Black, white, and including even heritage and Cherokee, I've never, ever, as just an individual person, felt that I belonged. So the whole notion of belonging, I think for me, is just in such a completely different place or space. Something I always wish I had felt, but I don't know that I would, except maybe among other mixed people. So in my professional life or in workspaces, I feel like I've approached it more as I do in my own personal life, where I'm just a unique individual, like other unique individuals. So I look at myself and others just as we're all different people with different values and different talents to offer, and we come together. And I try to, make the most of my participation in those groups and, achieve a belonging within those groups. And I think that works out more times when other people in the group share that kind of a philosophy or outlook, where they're accepting of everybody for what they bring to the table. And of course, there are situations many times where that's not the case. And again, I think I'm somewhat desensitized at this point where I just soldier on and I do my thing. And I don't think it on the outside necessarily gets to me, but those are, definitely some times where, it can be frustrating or challenging for me personally to continue on and work with a group where, again, I'm not valued or I'm not listened to or I'm, discounted because I'm a woman or because I'm a woman of color. So yeah, belonging is a huge challenge for me that I've pretty much struggled all my life, and that continues.
I hear that. I am also Black, white, biracial, and going all the way back to the acceptance of family belonging has been a constant struggle. We are coming up to time. I would like to just offer each of you a minute to wrap up with any parting thoughts, if you'd like, about anything, the talks yesterday, the salons, and Sandra, can I start with you?
Sure, I am just grateful to be a part of the meetings yesterday and today. I've learned quite a bit. There's some things that I've experienced that were similarly discussed yesterday, and I just thought, oh, good, it's not just me, that there is a dialogue about these issues with women in STEM. I will just say that, trying to just be yourself is so important at every part of your career, and that's not always easy because you may not fit in, but your work is necessary and needed, and for you to do your work is very important. I think for us in this country, with research and science being so important to how we get ahead of different issues and challenges. So I would just encourage the young women that are on here is that we admit it's been a rough road and it may be for you, but there's people like myself and the others on this call who are cheering for you, who want you to do well. And I get emotional. We need you to do your best. We need for you to succeed, and we want you to succeed. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you. Amy?
Yeah, great comments. First, I want to thank the organizers of the symposium. It's really very proud to have been able to be a part of it, and a great conversation. I wanted to just quickly address a comment that was in the chat about, why is it that people from the out group seem to always have to be the ones to speak up, right? And say, hey, I'm on the out here and I want to be on the in, and what can be done about that? I've started using this little analogy, which is a little bit specific to my particular disability, but might be applicable to others. If I, as part of my work and my professional life, needed to get into a particular building for a conference, say, and I was in a wheelchair and the building had no wheelchair ramp. Would everyone at the meeting expect me to have to build the wheelchair ramp? And I think we would all answer no, of course not, because I feel like in some ways, and I'm sure anyone with a mobility impairment may disagree with me, but to some extent, we've made some progress as a community, and I mean a whole society, of recognizing the importance of making physical spaces more accessible. So that's become almost accepted now. So we largely, again, my apologies to anyone who is a mobility impairment that has had a different experience. But it's, I guess I just use that as sort of a little anecdote or story or thought, you know, about as we all go about our lives, that we really need to, as a community, and I mean not just us here at this conference, but the entire community, to make the professional world accessible to everyone, you know, and it is a community responsibility.
Thank you. Doreen? And we do just have 3 minutes, so you can share
Okay.
1.5 each.
Yeah, I'll keep mine brief then, because I would agree with what has been already shared. And again, thank you for the opportunity to participate on this panel. But yeah, I think that, again, having a symposium like this and the other opportunities that are out there, and I guess that's one thing I would hearken back to. I think it was Malika who talked about her grandma Jean and some of the sayings, but one of my grandmother's sayings was, don't let opportunity slip through your fingers. So, you know, having folks that avail themselves of the opportunity to participate in this symposium, the mentorships, you know, the employee resource groups, anybody that you can speak with or just learn from, their experiences, how they made it through, your family, your friends, all of the support, the networking out there. Take advantage of them, work them into your life, into your career journey the best that you can. And yes, we're all here and we're behind you, and we're looking forward to seeing the success, whatever and however you define it. Thank you again.
Thank you. And Sabina?
Yeah, I agree with everything what Sandra and Doreen said. A couple of thoughts from my side. One thing, and I think that was very clear, especially in the first part of this discussion, was understand what is important for you. A mentor of mine, probably the most important mentor in my career, said, you have to figure out what is important for you, whether it's the money or the type of job or the kind of boss that you have or whatever it may be. For me, it was actually, for a while, it was where I lived. I wanted to live in a certain place, so I had to find a job there. But you have to understand what is important to you. And if it's not in this job, then, you know, another thing I learned at some point was love it, change it, or leave it. If you can't change it, but you have to try to change it first. If you can change it, you have to leave it, which is what I did just recently. The other thing is something that I copy and place at every discussion where it fits halfway in. It's a motto of the Ron Brown Foundation, which is an incredible organization supporting African-American youth to get into basically a network of a very supportive network of highly intelligent and just incredible people. And they call it leave the ladder down. And the only thing that I add to that is you don't just leave the ladder down, you also put out a helping hand to try to help people up. And if you can do that throughout your career, it's been the most rewarding part of my career. And I get emotional now, just as Sandra did before. I don't think there's anything that's more rewarding than that aspect.
Thank you. We're going to take a short break, and then we will have the last salon at 3:30. So just 5 minutes, followed by closing remarks. So do please come to the salons, take the opportunity to network and celebrate your successes and foster collisions. And thank you again to all our panelists. We appreciate your time.
Everyone, we're just going to do a quick little wrap up. I'm going to introduce you to Joanna Roach, who's the MMA's executive director. Joanna. Joanna, you're muted.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having joined us for the past couple of days. I just had the pleasure of chatting with some folks in a breakout session, which was really lovely. And I think the first person, I'm just here to sort of wrap it up and to say that I hope that this experience for you really contributed to your feeling part of and leading the effort of women in STEM and their allies, right? Which is very important work and certainly very important to the Mariah Mitchell Association. I want to acknowledge and thank Jason Finger, especially for all of the hard work that she has done on this program for a number of years, and the work it took to bring this particular program to fruition. Now, that said, I'm going to run through some thank yous, and let's start with the speakers. So I'd love to thank Nicole Cabrera Salazar, Nancy Ryan Gray, Malika Jeffries. Thank you. Our panelists, Amanda Ho, Tara Spann, Dion Hoskins Brown, Chiara Mangarelli, Skylar Larson, Shauna Young, Malika Jeffries, Darby DR, Doreen Price, Amy Bauer, Sandra Begay, and Sabine von Sangbush. The co-chairs who are here today, which is Gwyneth Packard and Stella Kafka. Pleasure, and thank you very, very much for the work you've done. And our salon leaders, Meg Thatcher, Regina Jorgensen, who is also part of the MMA and champions this cause on a regular basis, Sarah Betty, Sherry White, Gwyneth Packard, and Stella Kafka, and our committee and advisors, Gwyneth and Stella, Joel Bowman, Joe Santucci, Patricia Michelson, Catherine Bishop, Celia Mulcahy, an MMA fellow, Bridget Yang, Regina Jorgensen, and Kathy Rohde. Thank you. Thank you all. And then just a few more shout outs to some sponsors who really helped to make this all possible. That's Mass General Brigham, the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, Agios, Excelis, Stinson, the Simmons Foundation, the American Astronomical Society, Mount Holyoke College, Schwartz Hannum, D.E. Shaw and Company, Vassar College, the Tuppence C. Harris Foundation, Massachusetts Technology Collaborative, the Keenan Institute for Engineering, Technology, and Science, Mass Bio, Novartis, and the American Philosophical Society. I sincerely hope that all of you take something that you learned today or in the last few days and go out into the world and apply that, right? Whether it's for others or for yourself, but to set an example and to be a leader, because that's what we need. So thank you so much. Jason, again, thank you very much for all the work you've done on this. And we hope that we are able to find a way to continue this conversation and continue to inspire each other. Thank you.
See you in 2 years.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Be safe.
And thank
Keep in
you for
touch.
coming.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody.